See Mr. Emil Constantinescu back to the stage, to the center of the stage. And let's welcome His Excellency Dr. Pakalitha Mosisili to the center of the stage. And last, let's welcome His Excellency Mr. John Henry Shawn, former Prime Minister of Haiti, back to the stage. Welcome. And now we would like to present to Mr. Emil Constantinescu, the Lifetime Achievement Award. Congratulations. The Lifetime Achievement Award in recognition of his persistent efforts and contributions on democratization human rights. Let us congratulate His Excellency. Congratulations. And next, we would like to present World Peace Spirituality Award to His Excellency Dr. Pakalitha Mosisili, former Prime Minister of Lesotho. Congratulations. In recognition of Your Excellency's initiatives to close the chapter of pain caused by political calamities of the past, we would like to present the World Peace Spirituality Award to you. Congratulations. And thank you for your dedication and contribution to love, peace, and human rights. And last, we would like to present the World Cultural Contribution Award to His Excellency Mr. Jean-Henri Siant, former Prime Minister of Haiti. Congratulations. The World Cultural Contribution Award is in recognition of his political influence in deepening humanitarian aids. Thank you. And now we will quickly present the certification. Yes, congratulations, the certificate of the awards. Congratulations. Congratulations. And now presenting the World Peace Spirituality Award to Dr. Pakalitha Mosisili. Congratulations. And at last, we are presenting the World Cultural Contribution Award to His Excellency Mr. Jean-Henri Shawn, former Prime Minister of Haiti. Congratulations. Thank you. And this is the last group photo we are taking today. Thank you. And congratulations. Please hand the awards to the peacock of volunteers, and we will pack it up for you later. And thank you for your contribution. Congratulations again, and thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for the Football Federation for that beautiful ceremony they presented before us. And moving forward now, it is time to give an ear to our children. It is time to understand what they feel and it is time to act upon those emotions. We have here with us students of City Montessori School making an appeal to the world judiciary on behalf of the world's over 2.5 billion children and the children yet to be born. They are here to appeal, present a case and appeal to you to make a decision, to come up with decisions that will safeguard and secure their future. Let's put our hands together and welcome these children from various campuses of the City Montessori School. They have been consulting and deliberating over the past 8 weeks, coming together every Sunday, giving 3 hours of their time to come up with certain scenarios which they could present to the world judiciary. May we have you here now, please.
Honorable judges, I would like to begin with Roy T. Bennett's assertion that it is better to find your courage to make changes when you choose to rather than being forced to. If you do not make change, change will make you. Honorable judges, we children today face challenges that were unimaginable a few years ago. Conflicts continue to deny us the protection, health, and futures that we deserve.
The coronavirus pandemic has heaped untold misery and unimaginable horrors on people and their families everywhere. Our world has changed dramatically, and its leadership needs to too. Honorable judges, the absence of united global actions for managing global cataclysms is tragic and has exacted a price that we cannot pay. And as our leaders try to find their resolve to face this adversity, we all must support every effort to build a better future.
There is a need for international cooperation and multilateralism like never before. The choices that the world leaders make at this point will decide the fate of our world. Urgent and immediate action is the need of our hour. This might mean willingness to give up a part of national sovereignty and acceptance of a global governing structure that can make and implement laws for a more just and humane world.
The most pressing global issues of war, terrorism, climate change, pollution, social, cultural, and economic violence, security and well-being of humanity, lack of education, high corruption, hunger, poverty, and others impediment progress and unity. World leaders must meet now, firmly resolved to prepare an action plan for making the United Nations an effective and relevant instrument of global solidarity, multilateralism, and global governance.
Honorable judges, global events in the recent past and before have all underlined the fact that nations, particularly the more powerful and developed ones, have reservations when it comes to extending their unequivocal and unconditional support to the United Nations. It would be the right time to form a World Parliament of Nations that are agreeable to coming together in the larger interest of humanity and unity. Alternatively, nations could start with the formation of a World Parliamentary Assembly with proportional representation from the nations around the world, much like the European Parliament.
Recent events have shown that the traditional instruments of global governance have failed, as they have not responded to the needs of a changing age. The United Nations was born out of common and universal aspirations of the people of the world, as a united response to the Second World War, despite the differences of the rich and poor nations, North and South, East and West.
Today, the universal aspirations of the people are a better environment, human rights, better health and education, work opportunities, and lesser inequalities. The time has now come to think collectively and work multilaterally. As other pandemics have taught us, a virus has no borders, and the crisis reinforced the core nature of our interdependencies as a species. World leaders should recognize this an unprecedented opportunity for the world to come together.
Honorable judges, delegates at the 2022 International Conference of Chief Justices of the World urge the heads of the government to hold a high-level meeting to deliberate on the measures required for creating an effective global governance structure, including creation of World Parliament as well as establishing a world government and a World Court of Justice with wider jurisdiction, a World Court of Human Rights, and universally accepting the compulsory jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice.
As the views and comments of speakers will reveal, a global consensus can be built for efforts that lead to unity of the world, the reform of the global governance structure, the resetting of priorities from military security to health, work security, social security, the urgent need to tackle race, religion, gender prejudices, environment protection, and climate justice, amongst others.
Honorable judges, we, the students of City Montessori School, hope that global and national policy makers, statesmen, jurists, civil society, and all the concerned citizens, in fact, all stakeholders who hold our earth and its bounties as trustees for future generations, will be inspired for collective action for the most powerful common denominator for all the nations are their children.
Thank you, children and students. Please Please put your hands together. These are your deliberations they are presenting. This is what you have been thinking and learning in your classrooms that's coming out today. And thank you, dear children, for creating that wonderful blueprint on which we all have to work. There is something missing. Let's put our hands together. Let's warm ourselves up to the proceedings of the day. Thank you so much. And coming up next, the lamp of learning that has to be lit. The light has to be diffused to every corner of the world. For this, I invite our Honorable Chief Guest, His Excellency Mr. Prithviraj Singh Rupan, GCSK President of the Republic of Mauritius, and all the other dignitaries who are present with us. And before that, I request our respected founder manager to please introduce these eminent guests to all the students and teachers who are present and attending this august gathering. Let's give a warm welcome to our founder manager, whose never-ending spirit and zeal is the driving force behind this conference. Let's put our hands together and give a warm welcome to respected Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, the founder manager of the City Montessori Schools.
We are extremely honored to welcome our most respected chief guest, Honorable His Excellency Shri Prithviraj Singh Rupan, the President of Republic of Mauritius, who has very kindly and graciously accepted our humble invitation. I request His Excellency to come on the dais and deliver his inaugural speech. He is the chief guest for this day.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi. His Excellency Sir Rodney Lawrence Williams, GCMG, Governor General Antigua and Barbuda, Honorable Presidents, Prime Minister, Honorable Chief Justices and Justices, most respected Dr. Bharati and Jagdish Gandhi, founder managers of the City Montessori School, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdom, President and Manager of the school, teaching and non-teaching staff, and dear students, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों को मेरा प्यार भरा नमस्कार. It is a great honor and privilege for me to be addressing you at the opening ceremony of the 23rd International Conference of Chief Justices of the World. Allow me, on behalf of all the delegates, to formally express the deepest gratitude to our Indian brothers and sisters for their warm welcome. As always, I am touched by the genuineness of India's hospitality and attachment to the timeless values of Atithi Devo Bhava, which means that guest is equivalent to God. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the whole City Montessori School family, and especially Dr. Jagdish and Bharati, the founder managers, for this kind invitation. It is indeed with much pleasure that I have responded positively to this invitation, given the profound historical and cultural bonds that the Republic of Mauritius shares with India, and most particularly with the people of the regions of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. In fact, distinguished guests, over the last 2 decades, it has been a tradition for many Mauritians, including some of my predecessors, judges of the Supreme Court, Speaker of the National Assembly, to participate in this important event. A special mention about Padma Vibhushan, late Sir Anirudh Jagannath, who served Mauritius both as Prime Minister and President of the Republic. Sir Anirudh Jagannath graced this conference in 2016 while serving his last term as Prime Minister of Mauritius. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend Dr. Bharati and Jagdish Gandhi, who, influenced greatly by the great Mahatma Gandhi ji, have dedicated their life to promote world unity and build peace through education. I also congratulate them for the noble and laudable initiative of convening the international conferences of Chief Justices of the world to raise awareness and mobilize the world's judiciary to help creating a safer world for our children and future generations, and inculcating in them the virtues of peace. We all present here hold the same hope of creating an atmosphere of global unity, peace, while ensuring a safe future for humanity, especially for all children of the world and the generations yet to be born. As true ambassadors of peace, we have seen here itself how our youth can play a lead role in bringing that change and in promoting the values of human rights, peace, and international dialogue. Building peace around the world is indeed the highest hope of everyone. However, peace is not merely the absence of war. As Sri Jawaharlal Nehruji rightly emphasized, peace is not in relation to nations, to other individuals. It is a condition of mind brought about by a serenity of soul. Peace is not merely the absence of war, it is also a state of mind. Lasting peace comes only to peaceful people, unquote. We need to understand that living in peace is both inward and an outward process. It is a way of life and about living harmoniously with yourself, your surroundings, and among others. Violence is and can never be a solution. No problem in this world can be resolved permanently if violence is used. Be it in our personal life, when handling conflict at national level, or at international level. Having diverging views and interests is part of life. There will always be differences, but what is most important is the way we react to those differences. We should acquire this conscience of peace that we have just witnessed. It should start with our conscience. And we should also be able to understand the views of others through dialogue. And if need be, we should engage into meditation. Meditate on what others have to say. Understand their feelings. We have also, as you know, in all system of democracy, the judiciary, which is there to settle disputes. And I'm glad that we have linked the issue of peace with the judiciary, because we all know that judiciaries have got an independence of mind and of action. Because human legislations can sometimes lead to injustices, and it is for the judges to tilt the balance to achieve justice. There is no quick solution to peace. We need to have trust in our established institution, trust in the fact that there is a functional society. We should, as the United Nations used to say, we should have legitimacy of public institutions which are crucial for building peace and inclusive societies. Having peace at the international front, however, is even more challenging. We have seen in history that trying to sanction does not always work. With the Ukraine and Russian war, economic sanction has got limited effects. Other means that is used often is the naming and shaming. This also is not as effective. Just like boycotts, you will recall that in the years of apartheid, there were boycotts also, but again, I wish here to state that one of the most substantive resolutions issued in recent decades was the United Nations Millennium Declaration in September 2000, which stated, I quote, "We consider certain fundamental values to be essential to international relations in the 21st century. These include freedom, equality, solidarity, tolerance, respect for nature." It also emphasized that democratic and participatory governance based on the will of the people best assures those rights. Indeed, the United Nations was set up to maintain international peace and security while developing friendly relations among nations and promoting social progress, better living standards, and human rights. However, I wish to quote from the Second Secretary of the United Nations, who is from Sweden, Dag Hammarskjöld, who once said, "The United Nations was not created in order to bring us to heaven, but in order to save us from hell." I agree that after 75 years of existence, the UN needs to be reinvented, but this will be a process, and we just hope that changes will be made in consensus. But whatever be the situation, just to quote Sri Narendra Modi ji, at the G20 summit in Bali, the era of war is no more. We are no longer in an era of war. And the joint declaration of G20 summit on Wednesday highlights, I quote, "It is essential to uphold international law and the multilateral system that safeguard peace and stability." There is today a pressing need to increase dialogue and interaction among leadership at all levels from all over the globe to address the challenges and promote the spirit of solidarity and cooperation. And here I wish to pose, just like in my message on conscience, to point out the importance of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which provides a guiding light to chart the way forward. Various issues have been raised by our students, and all these are encompassed in the 16 goals of the SDGs. And for me, what is most important is the last one, Goal 17, which emphasizes that we should strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. And it is crucial, above all, that we be supportive and cooperate together to build a better world. And in this endeavor, ladies and gentlemen, I am fully convinced that education has a key role to play. Target 4.7 of the SDG highlights the power of transformative education, education that promotes global citizenship, sustainable development, human rights, gender equality, peace, and appreciation of cultural diversity. It is such a broad-based and holistic education which is going to form our young students to think beyond the confines of material gains while preparing themselves for leadership and for becoming responsible citizens of their society, their country, and of the world. So, there is a need to decisive and collective action to adopt broad-minded and democratic practices which eliminates discrimination and benefit everyone, irrespective of race, gender, religion, or other considerations. As Mahatma Gandhi said, peace, stability, and progress may have different roads, but they all converge to reach the same goal. And I wish that whatever road we take, we promote these three virtues. Mahatma Gandhi's gift to the world, who, in terms of truth, non-violence, compassion, and kindness, are his precious legacy bestowed to humanity. So, let us together reflect on concrete areas of cooperation where combined efforts could lead to enlightened and firm decisions today and tomorrow that will contribute in providing a better future for our people and planet. I wish to highlight, ladies and gentlemen, that India is known for being the cradle of civilization, for its values, and I have no doubt that today, India being one of the leading economy and country of the world, and perhaps the biggest population in years to come, has a crucial role to guide the world. Because of the virtues that India has always been following, we all know the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, where the whole world is considered as one family. And it is most befitting that this timeless motto from the Vedas has been retained by India for the presidency of the G20. One world, one people, and one destination. I'm glad to mention that Mauritius has been invited to participate in the G20 process as a guest country, and we are really grateful and proud that Mauritius has been given this unique opportunity to bring our contribution, our modest contribution to furthering this global agenda. With these few words, ladies and gentlemen, I once again wish you all fruitful deliberation at this World Chief Justices Conference. But I'll end on a positive and optimistic note, essentially after saying the youth since yesterday, and also of saying the dedication of and the passion of Dr. Bharati and Jagdish Bharati, Dr. Bharati and Jagdish Gandhi, who has for the last 63 years, I may confess that in 1959, I was just born a few months before July. And you realize that since then, they have been promoting education, and God knows how many generations of leaders they have formed. And I'm sure that this pool of students who have been inculcated the values of peace will surely lead the way in the future. In the same way, even if I have noted some pessimistic note from the students, I wish to be reminded of a few sayings. I'll quote, before ending, what Gandhiji used to say: be the change that we want to see. I wish to add on that the quote from another great leader, Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who used to say, do your little bit of good wherever you are. It is a little bit of good put together that overwhelm the world. And also the profound word of the Chinese philosopher and writer Lao Tzu, which we all know, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And I wish that each one of us do take the first step towards promoting peace, fraternity, and stability all around us. With these few words, ladies and gentlemen, I wish once again to wish you well and thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Prithviraj Singh Rupan, GCSK, President of the Republic of Mauritius, for those very kind and encouraging words, where he emphasized that you, dear students, are the ones who are going to play a lead role in bringing about peace in the world. You will be the future peacemakers, and he exhorted you to take that step forward and take upon yourselves the responsibility of establishing peace in the world. For lasting peace will only come to peaceful people. And that is what we all hope to become. Thank you so much, sir. And now it's time to go into our rounds of consultation, hearing our eminent guests, putting forth their views. And for this, I invite up on stage for their address His Excellency Sir Rodney Erie Lawrence Williams, GCMG, Governor General Antigua and Barbuda, to please take their place on the stage. May we have the curtains open, please? On the bench. Thank you. May I please request His Excellency Mr. Stepan Mesic, the former President of the Republic of Croatia, to please join us on the stage. May I also request His Excellency Mr. Emil Constantinescu, President of the Republic of Romania, to please join us on the stage. I extend a warm invitation to Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros, the Executive Director of Global Governance Forum, to please join us on the stage for his address. I request our honorable guest, Honorable Justice Dr. H.C. Adil Omar Sharif, First Deputy Chief Justice, Supreme Constitutional Court, Egypt, to also please join us on the stage. And I request our respected MD and President, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon, to please join all the eminent guests on the stage. Let us all put our hands together and welcome these eminent speakers and listen to what they have to say as they come up with profound messages for you, as they recall what has already been done and what needs to be achieved. Few of the speakers would actually be speaking in their own language, and translations are available from the devices also, and the translators who are accompanying them will also read out the speech here in English. They will begin the speech and end it, while the rest of the speech will be spoken by the translators. So, without any further delay, I would like to invite His Excellency Sir Rodney Erie Lawrence Williams, GCMG, the Governor General of Antigua and Barbuda, to address our students.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Dr. Jagdish Gandhi and Mrs. Gandhi, His Excellency Mr. Prithviraj Singh Rupan, the Mauritian President, Mr. S. Mesic, the former Croatian President, Dr. Pakalitha B. Mosili, Minister from Lesotho, Mr. Emil Constantinescu, President of the Romanian Republic, Mr. Jean-Henri Siani, former Premier of Haiti, other Honorable Chief Justices, distinguished justices and members of the legal profession, members of the diplomatic corps, teachers and students of City Montessori School, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Today, I am deeply honored to briefly address this 23rd International Conference of Chief Justices and Heads of State on a theme which calls for global attention to the concerns of our children. We convey our thanks and appreciation to the conference mastermind, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, the founder and manager of the City Montessori School, to Professor Sandeep, and to the other organizers of this conference. You have all worked tirelessly to ensure that arrangements are impeccably implemented to facilitate our participation in this very important gathering. Over the next few days, we will collectively consider the conference theme, Uniting the World of Children Through Enforceable World Law and Effective Global Governance. There are many luminaries and experts in the fields of law, politics, civics, education, and ethics gathered here. And they have been meeting here for the past 21 years. And so I wish to refer their depth of knowledge and experience in the areas of enforceable law and effective global governance. We recognize, however, that through discourse with the United Nations and other global and regional organizations concerned with youth development and child protection, that various work plans and projects have been envisaged and drafted. We must continue to dig deep for answers that will help to create a solid and implementable resolution among all nation states. We are all sure of one thing, that children are the future of the world, and it is our duty to ensure that they advance and progress with the focus of global peace and understanding. There are several challenges faced by children and young citizens in many countries, such as trafficking, sexual exploitation, excessive drug usage, child labor, poverty, child imprisonment, and the plight of children who have lost parents due to the ravages of war. According to the literature of this conference, 5.2 million children under the age of 5 years of age die due to lack of proper health care. And, quote, children are the common concern and common denominator of all nations of the world, and they are also the future citizens of the world, unquote. We must therefore consider this situation very seriously. According to the statistics laid out in the literature prepared for this conference, there are almost 60,000 children at the City Montessori School, a powerful embodiment of the world's youth. This cadre of students is an ideal prototype of how to mold the world's youth into the peace leaders and game changers of tomorrow. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that when there is a health crisis, the economies of the world are constricted, socialization is diminished, and countries become severely isolated. Supply chains are interrupted, and trade between countries becomes instantly frozen. Everything came to a shocking standstill because of a serious health issue that affected the entire world. Although I am a sitting head of state, I approach this issue with the concern of a medical doctor who gravely understands the critical nature of health in the equation for a successful, peaceful, and productive future for all. There are several factors that adversely affect world peace, inclusive of terrorism, the use of weapons of mass destruction, climate change, the availability of clean drinking water, poverty and hunger. there is also the fundamental problem of world health, and one of the burning issues affecting world peace is indeed the status of world health. The baseline for development of young people today is the protection of child, adult, national, and world health. A 12-point example of this, extracted from the national youth health regime of our country, Antigua and Barbuda, includes immunization programs, offering routine children vaccinations where we have free child health clinics, neurodevelopment screening, oral and dental health screening, and treatment in schools, monitoring of a child's speech, progression, and hearing, elimination of mother-to-child transmission of HIV and AIDS and syphilis, health fairs and pediatric villages, and collaboration with international organizations such as WHO, PAHO, USAID, and UNICEF. Mental health issues in children and young people are escalating, especially since the rigors of the global pandemic that played a crippling part in youth psychological breakdown. It is devastating to note that teen suicides increased by some 300% in Antigua and Barbuda in 2017. Consistently, there are drug abuse, bullying, and adverse behavioral problems in schools, which ultimately affect the mental health of our youth. This is an area that needs further discussion and improvement if we are to foster healthy and rational minds for future governance across world states. According to Mental Health UK, 50% of mental health problems develop by age 14, and 75% of mental health problems in the UK develop by age 24. Interventions at a sufficiently early age is crucial if mental disorder is to be curbed. The stigma must be removed in order to cure our children, and mental health most urgently and ultimately be accorded the same level of importance as in cases of physical suffering. The methodology of our single effort in the encouragement of world peace is in effect. For 21 years, high-ranking officials from all over the world have attended these conferences. Now we are contending with the Ukraine war and further youth degradation. How have these 21 years changed the unification of the world, we must ask ourselves? Or rather, have we been instrumental in helping our young people to understand the importance of world peace? How have we, in our individual territories, effected meaningful change? Apart from listening and discussing, we need to undertake to influence a timely and correct call to action. In the next Conference of Heads of State and Chief Justices, let us report on the meaningful steps taken during the previous year. Let us be resolute in spreading the brand of magic that the City Montessori School so eloquently emanates. Let us ensure that our young people are physically and mentally able to tackle the social, economic, political, and environmental headaches which will form a part of their leadership portfolios. So far, it has been reported that there are 1,361 Chief Justices and Heads of State from 136 countries of the world who have attended this event. We have been able to observe at some length what has taken place here at the City Montessori School. We are overwhelmed by the pure intelligence, measured diplomacy, and well-grounded training and concrete thought process of the pupils. As with many successful scientific experiments, the format dictates that there should be proper methodology and observation and a well-analyzed conclusion. So we can ask ourselves the question, What is the conclusion of our continuous talks? We certainly have covered much intellectual ground, but seen in a wider sense, how can we add to the opportunity for the City Montessori School to interact with other youths from across the many nations of the globe? How can City Montessori School more substantially extend its strain of success to other parts of the world? We can declare today that the Halo Foundation, a non-profit organization registered in Antigua and Barbuda, of which I am patron, and my wife, Lady Williams, is the president, is willing to work with the City Montessori School on a program which would enable a selection of students to visit our country in an effort to further foster peace and understanding among the world's youth. We also support a bottom-up approach that allows the young generation to interact with one another and exchange ideas. This will amplify the real meaning of consideration, understanding, and tolerance for our children. In the words of John F. Kennedy, intelligence and skills can only function at the peak of their capacity when the body is healthy and strong. The big question is, can we unify the world in the interest of our children? I believe we can. However, we must be realistic and realize that it is a process which requires respect and acceptance of diversity in the context of the human rights framework. In closing, we must also emphasize the following. If we are to unite the world's children, then the justice system must be inherently linked with the implementation of human rights standards and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The rule of law and good governance serve to underscore the need to ensure that all crucial elements should become aligned and inherently promotes an integrated approach to the health of our respective nations. Hopefully, today's presentation has added meaningfully to the discourse. That is, it has stimulated your thoughts and motivated you to transition from mere intellectual musings to a conscious commitment to reflect, review, and revise our ideas, our policies, and our practices, and future plans for the generation of a world where our children not only survive, but thrive. Let us rise to the call today for a bigger, better, and brighter future for our children. Harmony, not conflict. Negotiation, not confrontation. Principles, not power. Such are the prerequisites for pursuing peace, prosperity, justice, human dignity, global partnerships, and the sustainability of our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those wonderful points you shared, and especially the light you threw on what CMS needs to do now with its sway of influence to move this agenda forward. And now it's time to invite our next speaker for the day, His Excellency Mr. Stefan Mesic, the former President of the Republic of Croatia. He will be speaking, beginning the speech in his native language, and the rest of the speech will be read out by the translator who's helping him. Thank you.
Vaše ekscelencije, gospođe i gospodo, ja ne govorim engleski, a vi nećete razumjeti ako budem govorio na hrvatskom, pa dozvolite da moj govor pročita uvaženi profesor Vedran Perković koji je i preveo moj govor sa hrvatskog na engleski.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, respected dignitaries and guests, dear fellow judges, Mr. and Mrs. Gandhi. We are talking about the topic today that, especially in today's world, is extremely important. But talking about it is not only a matter of the moment, the need of the moment, but also a debt to the responsibility that everyone bears, whether he or she is a current leader or a former one. Namely, everyone who has ever, thanks to the trust of the citizens, held a high office, not only can, but must talk about peace, a just peace, but must, and it would be better to say, would have to appeal to those who are based on their positions in the international arena are destined to decide about it. This primarily refers to the Organization of the United Nations and all of its parts. Today's topic is important for the whole world, and it will remain so for a long period of time. I would not be so presumptuous that from the position of someone who has held a high office and who was a president of the country, I would give ready-made recipes to those who are president today. No recipes, no advice. My approach to the topic would be somewhat different. I decided to share with all of you my thoughts on how to contribute to building, establishing and maintaining and guarding a just peace, thus creating a united world for our children through world laws and effective world law. And the just peace itself is a peace that was achieved by the agreement of the interested parties, an agreement in which everyone participated equally, and an agreement that does not call into question the legitimate interests and security of any party. I'm talking about the need for the person who makes decisions to think beyond the time span and the limit of next coming elections, to think in broader categories, to have before his eyes an elaborate plan by which he will reach the desired goal. That is, to know how he will realize what he has imagined, his vision, in what time frames and in what way. And what is extremely important, to be aware that he cannot and must not realize his vision in such a way as to endanger the interests and the needs of others. The human race does not want to live in constant war, psychosis, or under the threat of war. People, ordinary people, sincerely want peace because they know that without peace there is no progress. And without progress for them, the vast majority, there is no better, higher quality of life. And in order to be able to create the preconditions for such a thing, we must, not in words but in deeds, return to something that was very important at the time of the First Cold War: active, peaceful coexistence. As a universal approach to the relations between states and peoples, we must accept that we are not all equal, that everyone has the right to choose the system in which they want to live, as well as to change it, that diversity is not a hindrance, but an asset. As long as one does not try to change someone else's own image and opportunity, and that finally, different people and countries can and must cooperate with each other for mutual benefits, on the basis of full equality and without any discrimination on any basis. Maybe what I am saying today will seem outdated to someone, but I, however, think I'm talking about the concept of the future, because hegemony, whatever it is, has no future over anyone. Imposing, regardless of what means, what one considers to be values on another for whom they are not, has no future. Reshaping the world according to the will of one great power, or a few of them, also has no future. We only have one world, and we are all condemned to live in it. Today's world imperatively seeks people dedicated to the ultimate goal of achieving a just peace. It is looking for those who will show responsibility, not only in relation to their immediate voters, but also to the generations to come. I would conclude, therefore, by stating that today's world needs institutions and individuals who have vision, strategy, and tactics, and the ultimate goal, just peace in the world for children through world laws and effective world law. The greatest responsibility lies in the Organization of United Nations. Our message must go to all world leaders, but first of all to the organization that was created to preserve peace, namely the United Nations. Thank you all for kindly listening to me.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for making those excellent points where you spoke about the fact that we cannot create a world where we endanger the needs of others. Because we sincerely want peace, peace for progress, for better quality of life, and for that peaceful coexistence is a must. And the fact that diversity is not a hindrance but an asset. Let us put our hands together and celebrate this diversity, be proud of it, and try to come together to create a better world. Thank you, sir. Next, I invite His Excellency Mr. Emil Constantinescu, the former President of the Republic of Romania, to please share his thoughts with us.
Dear Dr. Yadgish Gandhi, Excellencies, Member of Presidium, distinguished participants, esteemed guests, dear friend Sherami, it is a pleasure and a joy to attend the 23rd International Conference of Chief Justices of the World and be here today with you. We are gathered here these days to discuss on the culture of peace and the education for peace. And a time when cannons are roaring in part of the world. We are used to discussing justice in time of peace, but the task becomes even more difficult at war. I attended this conference for the first time in 2014. Last year, in 2021, as we were still confronted with the pandemic. I attended online, and now I am back here. In each of the edition I attended, I noticed that the academic conference was preceded by several activities, mostly Model United Nations, involving students. It seems only natural to see this in the City Montessori School of Lucknow, an institution which was awarded the UNESCO Prize for Peace Education on 2002. And I take this opportunity to congratulate you, not just for the efforts made to organize the conference, but for the chances given to these children to document and learn what is it like to be in a position of power and to fully grasp from an early age, not just the right that come with it, but also the obligation it entails. Let me make a confession. 20 years ago, in November 1997, I paid an official state visit to India upon the invitation of President Raman Narayanan and Prime Minister Inder Kumar Gujral. During 5 days spent here, I presented to Indian officials the results of my first year of mandate as President of Romania. The historical reconciliation of Romania and Hungary after 700 years of bloody conflict. The acknowledgement by Romania of Ukraine's sovereignty and integrity through a state treaty, despite the fact the Ukrainian state comprised territories that historically used to belong to Romania, and building friendly relations with Bulgaria after wars between us. My journey to India began after the summit of the Francophonie in Hanoi, Vietnam, where had discussed with head of state from Africa, Middle East, and Central America, especially Haiti, especially on how each of us could contribute to the culture of peace in Francophone countries. Since today is the 19th of November, I remember that 25 years ago, the President of India congratulated me on my birth anniversary, which I was spending in India. Just as I am doing today. Thank you. Dear friends, sometimes personal memories are important as long as they serve to young generation. And let me to share with you a personal confession about my life. I was born in 1939, the year of the beginning of the Second World War. During my childhood, I was twice a refugee from invasion of Red Army of the Soviet Union. My first memories are of the bombing, the destruction of our home, the wounded, and the dead. Romania, with a population 16 million at the times, lost to the war ranged around 1 million young people. I spent 50 years of my life under the Soviet occupation and then under the communist dictatorship regime that sent people to camps and prisons. Around 100,000 people was incarcerated under crimes of conscience. 10,000 were killed. In 1989, the student from my university and Iran participate in a peaceful protest against dictatorship regime, which dictator Ceausescu at that time was sent the army. Over 3,000 people were killed, many wounded, others arrested and tortured. Eventually, the dictator was executed by his former colleagues on decision making. 7 years later, I became a president coming from university through a democratic and uncontested vote, and I resorted to implementing a peaceful reconciliation in my country. During my mandate, no one was tried, condemned, or even threatened. Not even the most tortured victim seeked revenge. Was a real reconciliation. I believe that these historical facts must be known, as the history we lived can help us better understand the future and be able to build a peaceful future. I was glad to see several organizations that have dedicated their work to the promotion of peace and the education of others on how valuable and utmost necessary this peace is. I am pleased to meet again the Federation of World Peace and Love and the Heavenly Culture World Peace and Restoration of Light organization, which have been invited here in a veritable network of networks. Let me explain. We are seeing today several organizations that have joined hands, one from the United States and one from South Korea, in an effort to promote peace among the youth. This is very important. Their first and foremost beneficiaries are the youth. And in my view, this is an example that all of us, former and current head of state, should emulate. But have you ever wondered if this is enough? Shouldn't we also preoccupy ourselves with another type of education? Shouldn't we be equally interested in providing an education of values and principles at the same time as one of pure knowledge? Let me elaborate on this. I have dedicated my lifetime work towards promoting peace, mutual understanding, and interfaith dialogue. I have witnessed yesterday the model United Nations simulation that you have put together. I was astonished to see students get so much into the character of ambassadors they have represented, and was impressed to see their determination to impersonate their characters to a great extent. They showed us all that they can learn how to be a good ambassador, to represent the countries they were allotted, but in their impersonation, they display some of the values that I would like to see represented in the international community: solidarity, equality, dignity, freedom, justice, tolerance, reconciliation, and finally, peace. Any model United Nations aims to teach students not just the mechanism of the United Nations, but also the need to put all efforts into achieving a peaceful resolution to conflict. The struggle for peace is the hardest. It is so easy to start a war with just one fire, but it's tremendously difficult to end it. And upon ending it, decision makers are faced with a challenge to seek peace or security. Are we interested in an armistice that can easily turn into conflict? Or are we putting every effort into achieving a long-lasting peace? I heard these days two sentences: we are one. Indeed, if I look around me, we are all one, despite age, ethnicity, education, religion, and gender. We are all the same. We have the same ideals and values. We all seek peace, even without knowing it. Have you ever seen someone eager to live all its life in conflict? I didn't so. I am confident that the children I met these days will become excellent leaders of tomorrow. How do I know? It is because I have seen the seriousness that applied in performing the preparation for this simulation. I have seen the keen need to be the best. Not the best of all the others, but the best together with all the others. I have seen the empathy they put in the creation of solutions for the problems they discussed. In the end, I have seen the humanity they put at work, no matter the regions they represented. As I have taken a lot of time, I will derive 3 conclusions for this. First, world peace is possible should it be founded on the rule of law and the respect of international treaties. Second, widening the space of democracy means a widening of the space of peace. And third, a long-lasting peace can be achieved through a culture of peace, through education that should start in kindergarten and last till university during all life. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and I think on behalf of all the CMS students and staff, we salute you for your resilience, for your spirit, for showing that courage and taking your country forward to a process and to a system of democracy, which was so much needed at that time. And I think we can all put our hands together and wish Our Excellency a very happy birthday. It's a fortunate day that he's here with us and we are able to recreate that memory for him. Thank you so much for your wonderful thoughts. Thank you so much for reiterating that it's peaceful reconciliation we need if we want to build further. And that is going to come if we understand our history. We understand the turn of events that have brought about our present. And that, dear students, is a message for you. Understand your history, understand your reality to build for the future. Thank you, and we are indeed fortunate that you joined us on stage today. It's now time to welcome Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros, the Executive Director of Global Governance Forum. We are fortunate that we'll be hearing from you, sir. Thank you. Let's put our hands together and give a warm welcome to sir.
Thank you very much to the organizers of this wonderful conference, so stimulating, so cheerful, so uplifting in so many ways, including that wonderful session on the United Nations, I guess, General Assembly. That is what it was. No, later. You know that in the late 1920s and early 1930s were actually a very difficult time for humanity. This was the time of the Great Depression. The global economy had imploded. There was high rate of unemployment. We had behind us World War I, with 18 million casualties. And so it will not surprise you to learn that there was a sense of disquiet, a sense of danger and concern about the future. And at that time, in 1931, the head of the Baha'i community,
maybe remove this pedestal because you are very far away from the mic. You're so tall. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
okay. And in 1931, the head of the Baha'i community, Shoghi Effendi, wrote a letter in which he said that the reason for this disquiet, the reason for this sense of dissatisfaction with the condition of the world, ultimately was because our economic and political institutions had not changed in a way that reflected the very fundamental changes that were underway in the world, and that therefore they were not fit for purpose, that they were no longer able to meet the challenges of the time. And this was 1931, right? I wanted to share that quote with you because it seems to me it remains valid today, 91 years later. However, in 1945, against the background of the calamities, the destruction, the suffering, the killing and the maiming of World War II, where 60 million people died in that horrible conflict, there was an attempt to rethink our global order. There was an attempt to go back to the words of Shoghi Effendi and to say, yes, let's see what we can do to establish a new order that will ensure peace and security, and that in particular will prevent this calamity from ever happening again. It's really interesting to study the period of the early 1940s, you know, as World War II was underway, as we were killing brothers and sisters with industrial efficiency. And it was perhaps not surprising that in that early part of the war, Franklin Roosevelt invited Winston Churchill to come to Washington and to basically say, after the war is over, after we defeat the Nazis, we have to get together and we have to establish an organization that will allow us to avoid this catastrophe in the future. And that is how the United Nations was born. That period of 1942-43 was an interesting period because there was a lot of soul searching, a lot of thinking. You know, what kind of a United Nations organization do we want to establish? On what principles? What jurisdiction do we want to give it? What constraints, if any, do we want to impose on it? And if I had been alive at that time, which I wasn't, I would have been very excited by the nature of those early discussions, because what they were thinking, the people who participated in those conversations, is to perhaps create something like a world parliament, a body that would have universal representation from its members, and that would be given certain attributes to pass international law that would be binding on its members. Unfortunately, that broad, ambitious vision was not realized because some countries, including the Soviet Union and the United States, were not ready yet, you know, for that more ambitious vision of creating a truly global organization with the ability to effectively create, you know, international law. And so what happened is that in the spring of 1945, we had this conference in San Francisco. It lasted a couple of months, and then at the end of the conference, 51 nations, including India, and I'm sure many of the countries represented by the distinguished judges today, adopted the United Nations. During those years, leading up to the adoption of the UN Charter, and even after the adoption of the Charter, there was a sense of, you know, are we missing out on a great opportunity? Are these 60 million casualties and the death and the suffering, you know, in a sense, an opportunity that we are not seizing? We have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to actually make fundamental changes to our global order, and yet we have created this organization that is flawed in so many ways. And so, for instance, Albert Einstein, he wrote a letter, an open letter to the General Assembly in 1947. Albert Einstein was a public personality. When he spoke, people listened. He could easily get a radio interview that would have, you know, international coverage. And he said, you know, this General Assembly that you have created, the members are actually representatives, they're diplomats, they're representing the party in power back in the capital. The members of this body should be directly elected, and if we were to do this, they would have greater democratic legitimacy. I think it is a very sound observation. And that is how, in a sense, the idea of creating a world parliamentary assembly, a second chamber attached to the General Assembly and giving it an advisory role, was giving impetus. Bertrand Russell, great mathematician and English philosopher, he was also active in those debates at that time. And to me, because he was a logician, because he had an extremely insightful and clear-headed mind, he said the following. It was an article that he wrote in the mid-1940s. He said, wars will come to an end if and only if the aggressor knows that he will be defeated. If you think about it, there is some incontrovertible logic to it. Wars will come to an end if and only if the aggressor knows that he will be defeated. And of course, after saying that, he then proposed, this body that we have just created, the United Nations, should be given the instrumentality to actually deliver peace and security. We should give it an international military force under the control of the United Nations itself. And this body, this force should be multilateral. It should be able to intervene in situations where there is genocide, where there is violation of the very basic principles of the United Nations. And yet, the United Nations Charter does introduce the concept of collective security. The United Nations does call upon its members to contribute soldiers and weapons and so on in the interests of justice. It's interesting, when this debate was taking place around the drafting of the UN Charter, the Americans, and this is in the minutes, this is not a speculation, there is historical evidence to support what I'm about to say. The Americans were saying, what kind of a contribution are we, the biggest and most powerful military in the world, are we going to make to this international military force that is envisioned in the UN Charter under the control of the Security Council? And they said, well, maybe we can contribute 300,000 soldiers, 2,500 aircraft, and of course all the other weapons and equipment that you need to intervene in a situation where there is a violation of the principles of the UN Charter. It's interesting, it's fascinating. Of course, it never happened. It never happened because soon after the adoption of the UN Charter, we were in the middle of the Cold War. The Soviets were more interested in matching up and creating the weapons that the Americans already had, the nuclear weapons. And you know the story, right? For the next several days, what we had was an arms race. We didn't have creative thinking about how to strengthen the framework for peace and security. And then, of course, Grenville Clark, another luminary of the time, he said, this idea of one country, one vote in the General Assembly, it's not really fair. There should be a linkage between, for instance, the size of the population of the country and the voting power of the country in the General Assembly. So we should have a system of weighted voting. And he pointed out that this principle of one country, one vote was actually a cynical ploy on the part of the founders to actually transfer all the political power to the Security Council, where, behold, the 5 permanent members had veto power. And so Grenville Clark was very critical of the veto power. He said, how can you defend a principle which is so anti-democratic? How can you defend a principle that effectively exempts the permanent members from the very principles embedded in the Charter which they are signing when they are adopting it? And you know the history of the veto power. We have seen the evidence of it multiple times in the last 77 years, including most recently when Russia, in violation of every principle of the UN Charter, invaded Ukraine in an unprovoked way and is still a member in good standing of the United Nations. its foreign minister can go to the meetings and sit in the Security Council, even though his country is a violator of the principles of the Charter, right? So that is the situation, and I am not being overly critical of the United Nations. The United Nations had some great achievements in its history. It was responsible for the process of decolonization. It would not have happened so effectively and so quickly without the leadership role of the UN. The UN has 193 members today. It had 51 in San Francisco, and the difference to a great extent reflects the process of decolonization. The United Nations in 1948 adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. As a result of that, our human rights framework, the legal framework for human rights, has improved dramatically in a way that perhaps we would not have anticipated in 1948, and so on. But as you know, it has its own failures, and for that reason perhaps. No, but before I got there, let me give you a personal anecdote. You know, I was in New York in September during the General Assembly week. The organization which I direct, the Global Governance Forum, is a civil society organization, but is very much involved in these conversations around, you know, the future and around the kind of reforms that we want to make, you know, to turn our global governance architecture in something that is more sensible for the 21st century. So I was in New York, and one of the things that I was really impressed about was the sense of emergency, the sense of disquiet, the sense of deep worry, I would say even fear about the future, because of what is happening to climate change and its impending calamities, because the scientists have already been warning us and their warnings are becoming increasingly strident. A year ago, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change issued a report that essentially says we have 10 years, and if we don't take the appropriate steps within the next decade, it's going to be too late. And all we are going to be able to do going forward is simply adapt to the impending calamities, which are going to bring, of course, a great deal of suffering to humanity. So, in the middle of these civil society gatherings that I was attending, and sensing this sense of disquiet, this sense of emergency, this sense that we're facing these global catastrophic risks and that we're not doing what needs to be done, I read with interest, or I reread, I should say, this statement published by Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez, Our Common Agenda. It's a worthwhile document. It's a good diagnosis of what's wrong with the world. And it has useful suggestions as to what are some steps that we take to address some of these problems. But at the end of page 2, at the end of the executive summary, Secretary Gutierrez calls for a summit of the future. And it's a long story. It was initially supposed to take place next year, but now it will take place in 2024. And what is this summit of the future going to be for? Well, he says, so that we consult on what kind of future we want and how do we get there. Well, those are very laudable goals. I think it's a very nice way to frame the purposes of an important summit that will bring, supposedly, you know, the heads of state of all the countries in the world. What I like to put forward to you is that of these two objectives which he has established, the answer to the first one, what kind of a world we want, is already known. We already have the answer to that question. There is broad international consensus. Take it from me, I travel around the world. I am in India today. I am in The Hague in the Netherlands next week. And because of my previous job, I was the director of one of the research groups at the World Bank for the past decade. And in that capacity, I traveled to Asia, to Latin America, to Africa, to multiple locations. And when I travel, I talk to people, I get a sense of what is in their minds, what is in their hearts, what moves them, what motivates them, what are the sources of fear. And I am utterly convinced that there is a universal consensus on what kind of future we want. And what is that future? Well, we want a future in which we are going to be, hopefully, liberated from some of the worst consequences of climate change. People have this sense of emergency. We need to do something about it. It is a future in which, hopefully, we are going to be liberated forever from the possibilities of the use of nuclear weapons. We don't want that. In 1945, the world changed in a fundamental way, because we developed weapons with the capacity to destroy all of us. If there is an exchange of nuclear weapons between two superpowers a few years from now, it is going to have absolutely global systemic implications. It will be felt everywhere. It could lead to a nuclear winter, which will devastate our crops and lead to mass starvation. So these are the kinds of issues that we face. And if you ask people, should we do away with these evil weapons? Should we enter into a process of disarmament and be done with them forever and ever, so that our children and our grandchildren don't live with the threat of extinction? And the answer to that question everywhere, overwhelmingly, is going to be yes, absolutely, we must do that. Our politicians must get their act together and move in that direction. Do we want to have a world in which we have finally eliminated extreme poverty, malnutrition, illiteracy? Yes, of course. That is embedded in the Sustainable Development Goals. Although my colleagues at the World Bank tell me that SDG number 1 on the elimination of extreme poverty is probably out of reach, which will be because of COVID, because of the war in the Ukraine, because of inflation and high commodity prices and so on. So that is the kind of world that we look forward to. So with all respect to Secretary General Antonio Guterres, I would submit to him that the emphasis in this Summit of the Future would be rather on the second part of his statement, which is, how do we get there? We already know what that future should look like. The question is, how do we get there? And so, in one of these meetings in New York, a meeting that brought together members of the high-level advisory panel, which Secretary Gutierrez has created to advise him about the Summit of the Future, the Global Governance Forum, working with other organizations, put a proposal on the table. And I want to mention this to you, not because it is a proposal of our organization, but because I think it is a potentially interesting way to reframe the purpose of that summit. You see, because we want to avoid a situation where the 2024 Summit of the Future just becomes another UN summit, which is good on paper. It generates a few headlines in the media, and then the following day, it has not improved in any significant way the lives of our young students here sitting in the back and people everywhere, right? So we must avoid that. We could afford to have those kinds of summits 10, 20, 30 years ago, because perhaps the nature of the risks that we were facing were not so intense, were not so dramatic. But now, this is 2022. Now the scientists are telling the window of opportunity is closing. We must act now, right? So let me explain in a few minutes what is the idea. All right, I need to go back a little bit into the past. In 1945 in San Francisco, there were a group of 17 countries led by New Zealand. Prime Minister Robert Fraser was there, and by Mexico, that were totally outraged. Disappointed is not really the appropriate word. I was about to say disappointed. No, they were outraged at the introduction of the veto. You know, the Dutch delegation a few months before at a conference in Yalta, attended by Stalin and Roosevelt and Churchill, they had already warned these three heads of state, if you introduce this veto, it is going to turn the United Nations into a useless organization because it is not going to be able to address conflicts between the major powers or conflicts that involve, an ally of a major power. Why? Well, because the veto will be exercised, right? And so you're going to limit the effectiveness of the organization in a very fundamental way. So the Dutch delegation was already warning. Well, in San Francisco, there was this sense of disquiet, and many countries, these 17 countries, were threatening that they would not adopt the charter. They would just not do it. Sorry, we can't sign here. It's against our principles. And so to placate them, to meet halfway their concerns, the members, and in particular the Soviets and the Americans, who were the two leads in those discussions, said, we're going to introduce an article in the UN Charter, now the famous Article 109, right, which basically allows for the possibility of reviewing the Charter in the future. If you read Article 109, as every article in the UN Charter, it's very short, it has been drafted by very able lawyers, it basically says that, within a 10-year period, we can have a general review conference to examine the appropriateness of the Charter. It admits the possibility, as Shoghi Effendi said in 1931, that the world might change and that we might want to turn this document into a living document that changes and evolves to meet the conditions of a changing world. And so with that article, 15 of the 17 members said, okay, fine, we are going to sign the Charter, and 2 actually were not persuaded. And they did not vote in favor of the Charter, but because the Charter was ultimately approved by the majority, they did become members of the United Nations. One of them was actually Colombia. Colombians were not persuaded by Article 109. And so on we went, and then 1955 came, and the conference did not take place, the review conference. The holding of the conference could not be vetoed, by the way. It could not be vetoed by the permanent members. It only requires the support of 2/3 of the General Assembly and 9 of the 15 members of the Security Council. It cannot be vetoed. But by 1955, we were in the middle of the Cold War. Our attention was elsewhere. And so we lost that opportunity. And in fact, that review conference has never taken place in 77 years, which is the reason why the UN Charter is not a living document. It is dead letter in many ways. And it has turned the United Nations organization not into an organization that met the promises of 1945 against the background of the calamities of World War II, but rather an organization that has struggled, that has few resources, that it has been impotent in many times when we have had vast human suffering. So our proposal, and I am really grateful for Gita Kingdom, for inviting me to this conference, because I am aware that I speak before judges who are themselves influential in their own countries. The proposal basically says, let's put on the agenda of the Summit of the Future in 2004 consideration of the holding of such a conference, finally, once and for all, to meet the challenges of the moment, to meet the challenges of the 21st century. We're not prejudging the outcome. We're not saying, let's do this, let's eliminate the veto, no. That is to be the next step. Once the Summit of the Future says, yes, we will have a review conference, say, in 2026, hopefully before 2030, because the times are urgent, the moment requires it, we need to move quickly. Then at that conference, we will have a consultation, a broad-based consultation, and my hope is that India will play an important catalytic role in that conference. Why? Well, because next year India is going to be the most populous country in the world. We cannot think about the kinds of changes that we want to make to the UN Charter without the insight and the participation of India and its vast and young population. So India will clearly play a far more critical role in that new vision of global governance than it did in 1945 when it was a small country, you know, and developing country. What is the downside, I ask you? You know, we become cynics sometimes, right? It's very easy to become a cynic in today's world, unfortunately. You know, we have corrupt politicians, we have countries that are run by kleptocrats who have no intention of serving the people. Their only motivation is to remain in power and to enrich themselves. I see with great satisfaction in that in one of the afternoon sessions you are going to be looking at the proposal on the establishment of an international anti-corruption court. I'd like to let you know that I am a co-chair of the International Committee on the establishment of an international anti-corruption court, because I think that this would be a very important reform to improve our global governance architecture, right? But that's a separate subject. So let me conclude simply by saying there is no downside to considering the possible holding of a review conference at the summit of the future. We're not prejudging the outcome. We are simply saying, let's have that consultation, let's have that conversation. Let's hear out the Indians and the Africans and the Latin Americans and all the voices of the world as to what kind of a future do we want and how do we get there. We owe it to future generations. Because, my friends, and let me conclude, the alternative, if we don't seize the moment, the alternative is that the next few years, I don't even want to say decades, because that leads to a sense of complacency. And the scientists are saying it's not decades that we have, it's years, right? If we don't seize the moment, if we don't take the initiative and set the basis for a rethinking of our global governance framework, and therefore the UN Charter, which is at the heart of it, then the next few years are going to be very, very painful. They will lead to a lot of needless suffering. They will be dislocating our peoples. COVID-19 is a warning sign. There will be other pandemics. The scientists are already saying that, because the pandemics are a reflection of some of the inefficiencies that we have in our economic system. I don't have time to elaborate on that, but you know, and there are so many other multiple problems which are on the horizon, right? So we need to take the initiative. We need to step ahead. And you judges, in particular, you have a special responsibility because you have credible voices in your own countries. You are a separate branch of government. You have a degree of independence. You can express opinions on global issues. You can become public figures, you know, without undermining your credibility as judges. And of course, all of us, including you, distinguished judges, have a stake in the future of the world. We want to create a peaceful world. We want to create a world where these wonderful children who participate in this UN debate, you know, will have a future, will not face the kinds of calamities that are coming our way, because we, the adults in the room, our governments, our civil society organizations, our business community have failed them and have failed to take the challenge of creating a new world for them. Thank you very much for the opportunity. It has been a pleasure to share these thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Augusto Lopez. I think that was, let's put our hands together once again, because he's taken us to the next level, the how of it. We have been deliberating on what needs to be done, and then now we have clarity on what needs to be done next. And of course, as he pointed out, that we don't have decades, we have few years. So all of us have to come together and do what needs to be done so that, as he said, the future is less painful for those who will be displaced or disoriented or removed from their natural places. And I think students, you got a very beautiful glimpse into history, and you understood the formation of the UN, and now you have new insights. And yes, we all look forward to the summit of the future, definitely. Thank you, sir. Now I take this opportunity to call on to the dais our respected Honorable Justice Dr. Adil Omar Sharif, the first Deputy Chief Justice, Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt. Sir has been kind enough and he's been accompanying us on this journey, on this quest. We welcome you.
Assalamu alaikum. Well, the disadvantage of being the last speaker is really not finding enough to elaborate on. And I don't like to be repetitive. Rather, I want to just have a few messages to direct to the audiences and all actors involved. But at the beginning, let us go the routine way. So I have to show my respect to the Excellencies, head of states, both former and current, heads of government, former and current, ministers, former and current, and the honorable chief justices and senior justices. Thank you. Highly appreciated. Honorable Chief Justices, former and current. And perhaps in our judicial tradition, I believe worldwide, that precedence and seniority is always given to those who have served the office and for whatever reason they have retired, so they always take precedence. So in that sense, I show my respect to all of them. I also extend my gratitude to the whole CMS community, the founders, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi and Dr. Bharata Gandhi, to Gita Gandhi and the entire staff who have worked very hard to make this conference possible and allow us the opportunity to come here once again to continue the journey that we've started together a couple of decades ago. I also extend my gratitude to all members of the family, the teachers, principals, students, and all of those involved in this process. At the outset, let me recall that for us as members of the judicial community, we've been meeting together at both international and regional level over the past few years, not only few years, I would say decades, to not only explore issues of common concern, but also to work them out in order to provide solution to whatever problems we are having. Hence, there has been a cooperation going on among all of us. And we have taken advantages of so many venues to do this job. And perhaps one of them is City Montessori School Forum. This forum that has been going on for 23 years, providing us with a unique, exceptional opportunity to get together and rethink these challenges that are facing us in our daily life and perhaps going to affect future generations as well. And our attachment with City Montessori School over the past 23 years have alerted us to the importance of the educational process as it touches upon our future generation and what needs to be done in order to improve the quality of this process, which we have seen all on floor. I recall that so many of you have spoken, not only to me, but to the administration as well, showing how impressive they've been seeing this process going on and wishing if they had the opportunity to bring their own child to be educated here at CMS School. As promised, I have a very short time, so I just have 3 short yet interrelated messages to be directed to all those involved in this process. I have a message to my colleagues, the judges, chief justices and judges attending this meeting. The other message to the entire CMS community, and the third message to the administration of CMS. So my first message to the judicial community attending here today, representing so many countries of the world, as I have said at the beginning, being here is a great opportunity for all of us to look into these challenges that we've been facing in our daily life. I recall in so many of our previous meetings, we had focused on combating terrorism, combating environmental damages and climate change. We've been focused also on healthcare systems, educational systems, greening the economy, and the need to do something serious to protect the environment for our future generations. These are yet some of the challenges we've been discussing them, and these are challenges that we are discussing them here also, in addition to our keen improving mechanism of global governance as well as enforceable international law. So being here with all the facilities that being given to us and the environment that is being secured for us to talk freely, to share our views, to come to conclusions through a final resolution is in fact a great opportunity that we have to take full advantage of it. Not only this, our role does not stop here. With this resolution, I believe that we have to take them back home. And I bet each and every one of us is powerful enough to communicate this resolution to the competent authorities in his own countries, as we have done in previous years. So this is ongoing mission, a mission that will never stop and has to be carried out. And I would really encourage, my message is to encourage you to keep going on in this direction and try your best to make these resolutions that came out of our consensus on resolving issues of common concern and crises of common concern, make them available to the concerned circle. By this, we will be able to reach conclusions that is most probably will be enforced in our respective jurisdictions. This is what we have seen over the past few years, and this is what I expect to be effectuated in future as well. My second message is directed to the whole CMS community. By this, I mean not only principals, teachers, staff, but also students. I know how tough CMS has been taking its mission to produce this unique generation that is really capable of handling whatever challenges, problem that affecting the whole world. We've seen this manifested in the shows we have seen, whether about the parliament or others, how competent students have become and how the high level they have reached, that is really impressive. And we have to congratulate you for working so hard to reach this level. It might be a little bit tough for you, requires you to do a lot of work, but the work is rewarding. And you have really done a great job, to which I really congratulate you all for that. I also have to thank the principal and the teachers for taking good care of their students and working so hard to reach this level of achievement. What you have done here is really unique, exceptional, and unmatched. I've visited a lot of institutions worldwide, good institutions who produce quality educational services, but what I've seen myself here at CMS is unmatched by all means. Congratulations, and keep going and doing the good job. Staff also has been working very hard to facilitate these works and processes. So also I extend my gratitude to every and each member of CMS staff and family. Finally, the third message has to do with, or directed to the CMS administration, the founders, the executive administration in office right now. I believe what the founders of CMS has done over the past so many years to serve the judicial community at the international level is unparalleled, is unique, is distinct in so many ways. We, as judges who've been attending conferences and meetings throughout the world, can feel what difference the CMS meeting represent, how unique this meeting is, the sincerity of the object, the belief, the concern, the commitment you have shown, the relevance of this to the community of the students and the wish to build them up in a way that is really different. All these factors would lead us no way to acknowledge what you have done, not only for us as a judicial community by giving us such opportunity to meet, but also to your own community and to the entire world by producing future leaders that will sure be capable and able to turn this world to a much better place than what we are having today. Well, my message to you, I hope that you'll be able to continue doing what you're doing right now. It's been a great opportunity, as I said, for all of us. And I trust that all members of the judicial community attending here today, and I would speak on their behalf, would share me the view that the process should be going on. The commitment we have as members of the judicial community to support this meeting will go on. We have shown this already, seeing many of us who have other commitments have given up their commitment to come and attend this. We do appreciate the efforts being exerted by this institution, and we will continue to do so in future. So there are many other issues that I have wanted to reflect upon, but due to time limitation, we're reaching lunchtime now. I would conclude at this point and wishing you all a successful conference, and my gratitude is again shown to the organization CMS, and all best wishes to the future generations students for what they have done and for the commitment to work hard to have a better future for all of them. Thank you, and God bless you all. And please, just one final point before I leave this stage. I just want to extend to His Excellency, the President of Romania, my best wishes for a wonderful, happy New Year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those insights and, of course, the messages you gave to all of us. I think post this conference, we'll all be acting upon those. So I will not take much time. I would like to invite our respected President and MD to address us all and also to sum up the important points from all the eminent speakers' speeches. Let's put our hands together for Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdom.
Good afternoon, and it's a great pleasure to stand here and really to thank the speakers of this session, the opening plenary session of the Chief Justices Conference 2022. I think it's fair to say that the speakers all expressed the belief that peace is possible, that it is needed, that the world is one, that we need to bring people together. We need to have more exchanges. I think this belief in and of itself is a symbol of hope and of positive expectation, despite the gloom that surrounds the world. We had, His Excellency Mr. Stepan Mesic made the case for institutions with a vision. His Excellency Mr. Emil Constantinescu from Romania said that peace is possible if there is a rule of law, implying that we need perhaps an institution that would enact world law. Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros laid out a brief history of the UN, how it was that it came to be formed essentially by the charter that was written by the victors of the Second World War, reflecting their perspectives or giving them a more powerful place with the veto system, and how, therefore, from its very inception, it was an institution that had inherent in it a rather fundamental flaw that whose effects became more important as time went on, or whose deleterious implications became more clear as time went on. How even at the time of the formation of the UN, 17 countries had vehemently opposed the idea of a veto power system. And how to placate them, Article 109 was inserted in the Charter of the United Nations, which said that, okay, don't worry, folks, in 10 years' time, United Nations Charter was written in 1945, and they said that in 10 years' time, we will review it in 1955. A review which never happened. And Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros made the case for a review of the UN Charter. Justice Adil Umar Sharif has been absolutely a stalwart, a staunch supporter of this conference year after year. I think it's probably the 12th or 13th year running that Justice Adil Umar Sharif, Deputy Chief Justice of the Supreme Constitutional Court of Egypt, has come to this conference. And in his speech was pure affirmation for the efforts of City Montessori School, our staff, our students. And he said that, this is a unique meeting. The sincerity, the concern, the commitment is unmatched. So, and Sir Rodney expressed he spoke about the range of problems that exist in the world that are crippling and even devastating the world, and it is important to take timely action. And he mentioned that the HALO Foundation, which he is a supporter of and a patron of, is willing to work with City Montessori School to have more exchanges of students and therefore more exchange of ideas. Friends, the 20th century was a most tumultuous period in human history, marked by many upheavals and revolutions, the collapse of the colonial system, and what we now know were disastrous experiments with totalitarianism, fascism, and communism. Of course, the 20th century was also a period of great strides and advances and progress in other fields. For example, in the field of health, discoveries in the scientific field, discoveries in the social fields or development of social institutions, the bettering of human knowledge, and so on and so forth. So there were these twin processes. On the one hand, a kind of collapse of old institutions, and at the same time, a blossoming of new ways of thinking. But there was one trend that was visible, that was common in both these twin processes of disintegration and the process of integration. And that was an ever-increasing realization that we are one people, an ever-increasing realization of the increasing interdependence and integration of humanity. This trend towards this integration of humanity is clear in a whole range of phenomena. Global systems of communication that have developed, global systems of transportation that have developed, integrating world markets, understanding that our biosphere is one and therefore we are interconnected. And most recently, the COVID crisis also showed how we are one people, how borders, national borders that we draw for ourselves are irrelevant when it comes to even a tiny invisible sort of virus can lead us to this realization that our interdependence is absolute. Anything afflicting one part of humanity necessarily often reaches another part. Now, this trend of this realization that we are an integrating society, a one world, is also visible in the fact that nations have tried from time to time to create a political system that can secure peace and justice. So, twice in the last century, there were these efforts. The first was the League of Nations, and then the second time, something that was born out of the cataclysm of the Second World War, the second effort for nations to come together after the first League of Nations, which if you like, that was the first major effort towards a world order. The second major effort was when the United Nations was formed. And as we saw, and as Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros' talk made clear, that there are a range of flaws with that system. But at any rate, it showed that nations of the world realized that their own welfare and well-being of their peoples lies in the collective, in having a collective solution rather than living entirely as separate entities. But we know that the UN has, despite the fact that it prevented a third world war, which we can be very grateful for, we know that there continued to happen lots of regional conflicts and smaller scale wars in many, many parts of the world throughout this 75-year period since the formation of the UN. It has not been able to, blazon a path to peace without war. There are lots of high hopes there were from the UN, but it did not usher in an era of peace and prosperity for all. As soon as there were improved relations between the two superpowers, Russia and the US, soon new challenges emerged. In the early 1990s, there was a rapprochement between US and Russia, but we saw the ugly head of communalism, ethnic conflicts in Bosnia, Herzegovina, and all these regions where the Balkans were burning. Long smoldering passions, sectarian differences emerged. And there remain the instruments for, as well as the technologies for, and indeed underlying passions for causing war. And we see that today, what is happening in the Ukraine. The lust for more land, the lust for more power is something that is continues to afflict the world. Grave social problems exist: militant racialism, religious fanaticism, a growth of unbridled materialism, inequalities faced by women, organized criminality, human rights violations, inequality, economic inequality. So why, where do we go from here? And why is a school organizing this conference? This conference is an opportunity that has been created by the staff and the students, the management of this school, to invite the judiciary of the world, who are some of the most powerful people in the world, to engage in reflecting on and to engage in dialogue on how a better world structure can be created that is capable of addressing the problems of the world today and that impinge on the children's welfare. Global problems demand global solutions, and they require probably the formation of a world government. The United Nations perhaps, provides a nascent form of a potential organization where there is this national representation which is capable of turning into a world government. There are a range of proposals for strengthening the United Nations. There are administrative proposals, there are financial proposals, there are bureaucratic proposals. There are a whole range of proposals of how it should be done. But I think one thing that is very important, that it is no longer enough to leave the reorganization of the world into an entity and into creating a set of global governance structure. That it is not enough to leave that task to only the leaders of the world. This is such an important enterprise that it needs to excite the generality of humankind. It needs to involve the participation of millions of people. It needs to involve the participation of women, of children, of people of all walks of life. It needs a democratic participation. And today, with the rise of technology and communications technology in particular, we have the means for people to participate very directly in creating the demands, the forces, actually even compelling governments to act in ways that will conduce to the welfare of the people. When a Greta Thunberg, a 14-year-old girl protesting Fridays for Future, gradually gathers, grabs people's attention and inspires the imagination of the youth of the world, that is democratic participation in, shaking the rulers of the world to give more emphasis to things that they might otherwise, for their political reasons or for their narrow or short-sighted goals, may not necessarily place the same kind of emphasis on those things. And one of the things that I recently heard is, which struck me as very true, students, I think you will appreciate this point, that it is not governments alone that have power. It is civil society organizations and the people themselves, increasingly through the use of social media, that the power is shifting away solely from governments alone, because governments are compelled to act when there is demand from an articulate civil society base and from the people directly. So I think that this is really the main message I want to give to the students of CMS through this forum, yet again, that you are the leaders of tomorrow. You are the protagonists. You should not be passive bystanders in this world. You have to take the onus on yourself and be prepared to raise your voice through whatever channels that are available to you, and show your leadership. I hope that students take the greatest possible advantage of the speeches that are being made here, making notes on those, going back to your classrooms and reflecting on the points that have been raised here. And in your general knowledge classes, in your junior youth empowerment sessions, that you raise these topics and debate these topics and come forward with your own solutions to add to the menu of solutions that exists and that is being debated out here. I just want to end by thanking the eminent speakers that have spoken this morning. Thank you so much, sirs, for your very wonderful speeches and for your affirmations, your positive affirmations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. And before we end this session, there is an eminent guest here with us, Honorable Mr. Justice Zamirbek Bezarbekov, the local chairman of the Supreme Court of Kyrgyz Republic, who wishes to make a presentation of a gift to our respected founders. So may I please request, sir, to please come up on the stage to receive this honor on behalf of the Supreme Court of the Kyrgyz Republic. Let's put our hands together. Let's do the good job once again. And let it be prolonged for all the wonderful opinions that came our way, how enriched we are today. Let us mark it as a celebration. Come on, students, you are young people. And you can also prolong this applause for yourselves, for being the wonderful audience you were, for patiently and focusedly listening to what was happening here. And I hope many of you took notes because you are our future leaders. Also, let's put our hands again, once again together. We are absolutely on time. In fact, we are a bit ahead of that. We have 5 minutes extra. For we have heard, deliberated, participated, and it's time to, we had the food of our souls and our minds and our hearts. Now let's proceed towards the food of our bodies. It's lunchtime, so thanks again to all the wonderful speakers who were here with us on the stage. And thank you, dear students, for your participation and your attention. Have a good day ahead. Students from GN2 campus will move from the field side towards my right. Students from campus GN1 will move from my left. Also, you are invited, the eminent guests are invited to the pool side for lunch. I would also request if somebody has lost a phone, they should please come to me. I'm sitting right here on the right hand side of the podium.
CMS. Jai Jagat. It doesn't seem that these many children are sitting here. Jai Jagat. Better. And now I'd like to have all ears. Good afternoon, buenas tardes, chayemide, bon après-midi, and Jai Jagat to Honorable Head of States, Honorable Chief Justices, legal luminaries, our most revered founders, guest dignitaries, senior members of CMS management, respected Superior Principal Ma'am Sushmita Ghosh, respected principals, members of the academia, and my very dear children from CMS Mahanagar campus. It is my utmost, so glad to have you all here. It is my utmost privilege and honor to welcome you all to the first plenary session of the 23rd International Conference of Chief Justices of the World on Article 51 on the Constitution of India, hosted by City Montessori Group of Institutions under the aegis of our respected founders, Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Dr. Bharti Gandhi, and our respected President, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon. 57 nations, 236 eminent personalities, and one mission. Our theme, Effective Global Governance, is the need of the hour to safeguard world's 2.5 billion children and generations yet to be born. To accomplish a mammoth task like this one, it takes a far-sighted, world-embracing vision far above one's own identity and personal preferences. And what better way to begin than to seek Almighty's blessings, for He answers the unquestioned and blesses the weakest of mortals with a strength surpassing the mightiest of them all, the strength of compassion, the strength of love. Over to the choir from CMS Mahanagar campus who are here to sing, Blessed be the name of the Lord. Over to you, dear children. Thank you, dear students and staff members of CMS Mahanagar, for that soulful rendition of the hymn that beautifully portrays how humans derive their strength through Almighty's blessings. To begin with the proceedings of the day, may I now invite the students from different campuses, but having one common voice, one common appeal to the world judiciary for building a new global governance structure that can safeguard the future of world's 2.5 billion children and yet to be born against the vicious circle of crime, corruption, climate injustice, religious disharmony, inequity, inequality that, if not stopped, will lead to total annihilation of life on the planet that we fondly call Mother Earth. Over to you, dear children. I'm sure we can encourage them.
Honorable judges, we stand here today to share with you our concern for the majority of the world's people who are struggling for an equitable, fair, and honorable existence. Honorable judges, while it is true that the world has technology which has brought much of the developed world together, it is also an undeniable fact that the gap has increased alarmingly across communities and countries worldwide, especially with regard to access to health, education, social emancipation, employment opportunities, and environmental injustice.
We are shocked that half the world still struggles without sufficient access to staple food, clean water, adequate shelter, or essential health care. We are alarmed that the gap between rich and poor and the conflict over the planet's natural resources have resulted in an economical crisis that threatens life on Earth. Honorable judges, justice, opportunity, and peace can only be achieved by effective rule of law, which in turn reduces corruption, combats poverty and disease, and protects people from injustices, large and small. Poverty, disease, war, and discrimination are amongst the many causes of human rights violations, but the most common factor is poverty.
People who live in poverty are the most vulnerable to human rights violations because of their lack of access to education about these rights and their lack of power to take an action when a violation is committed. We firmly believe that it is the duty of every person, and especially those who are in position of authority and responsibility, to propagate and promote the vision of an equitable and peaceful world, which must be based on a clear understanding of the interdependence of all nations and the structural causes of poverty, inequality, and climate change. If the global economy is to serve the interests of all people, then it must be primarily primed towards securing basic human needs in perpetuity, founded upon a genuine form of multilateral cooperation and economic sharing.
I would like to draw your attention to the World Justice Project's Rule of Law Index, which measures the absence of corruption in government. This factor considers 3 forms of corruption: bribery, improper influence by public or private interest, and misappropriation of public funds or other resources. The most deplorable of the world's worst offenders are those who rob the world's most vulnerable. It is now widely accepted that grand corruption affects income inequality and poverty through various channels, including growth of individuals, communities, and whole economies because of poor implementation of social and economic development programs.
In a debate on formation of an international anti-corruption code published by the Christian Michelson Institute, it is mooted that this could be in part because the justice system in those countries have themselves been captured, corrupted, or crippled by the kleptocrats and their allies. The corruption-impunity nexus is self-perpetuating. The wealth and power procured through corruption can be used to buy impunity, and that impunity allows further corrupt accumulation of wealth and power.
President Joe Biden of the USA has recently stated that corruption erodes public trust, hobbles effective governance, distorts equitable markets, undercuts development efforts, contributes to national fragility, extremism, and migration, and provides authoritarian leaders a means to undermine democracy worldwide. The Pandora Papers, which were recently released by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, provides additional powerful evidence that corrupt leaders throughout the world are enriching themselves at the expense of the health and welfare of their often desperate citizens. Therefore, it is increasingly recognized that an international anti-corruption code is urgently needed.
The proposed International Anti-Corruption Code, which, like the ICC, would have a jurisdiction and would have an electoral jurisdiction over corruption offences committed by current and former senior political figures, including heads of state or government, including their conspirators and their appointees. Offences would be defined in accordance with the activities that states must criminalize pursuant to the United Nations Convention against Anti-Corruption. The code would be empowered to impose criminal sanctions against such political figures and leaders, including imprisonment on convicted defendants.
We have also learned that the IACC, like the ICC, would operate on the principle of complementarity, meaning that the courts would only have jurisdiction in those cases where the national government of the suspects is unwilling or unable to engage in good faith investigations, prosecutions, and fair trials of these figures.
Honorable judges, there seems to be hope. In June 2021, over 100 Nobel laureates, former presidents, High Court justices, business leaders, and other prominent leaders from over 40 countries signed a declaration in support of the creation of the International Anti-Corruption Code. The declaration further sparked interest in the campaign for the IACC and led to the inclusion of the proposal in the platforms of Canada's leading political parties for the September 2021 federal election.
Honorable judges, we are now entering a stage of global action where the developed and more affluent nations of the world are going to provide resources for the developing nations. We do not want these precious resources to be wasted or misappropriated. This can only happen when the world judiciary creates and upholds the highest traditions of justice for those who can come before the court and those who cannot. Honorable judges, we, the students of City Montessori School, on behalf of over
2.5 billion children of the world and the generations yet to be born, implore you to support the call for the formation of an international anti-corruption court.
I'm sure you can do better. The balcony. That was indeed a powerful appeal, dear children. International law is based on covenants, conventions, treaties, and agreements among nations, but has no binding effect. It is therefore imperative to have a world body duly constituted by reasonably represented and of the world, expressly granting its sanction to enact universally applicable international law or world law by whatever name called. Such law shall then be respected and shall have binding effect. The rule of law throughout the world is of paramount importance in this era of globalization. And students around the world have their eyes on you, the world judiciary, as law lies above all. Moving forward with the proceedings of the day, we commence the deliberations on the forum that will be presided over by His Excellency Mr. Jean-Henri Sion, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti. And may I please request honorable dignitaries to please come up on the stage and take their seats as I call out your name. Honorable Mr. Justice Bheki Mafalala, Chief Justice, the Superior Court of Judicial Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable Mr. Justice Sumaila Sadi, Vice President, National Economic and Social Council, Niger. Honorable Mr. Justice Batsuri Mishikh, Judge, Supreme Court, Mongolia. Honorable Mr. Justice Karl Ashok Singh, former Chancellor of Judiciary, Guyana. Honorable Mr. Justice Muzobe Jean Condé, First President, Court of Cassation, Burkina Faso. His Excellency Mr. Jean-Henri Sion, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti. Dr. Arthur Dahl, President of the International Environment Forum, former Deputy Assistant Executive Director of UNEP USA. UNEP stands for United Nations Environmental Programme, children. Just a little thought, food for thought. The time is 10 minutes allocated for the speeches as marked in the program. We kindly request our honorable speakers to adhere to the time limit so that everybody can speak. English is the official language of the conference. In case the speech is to be delivered in a language other than English, the time allotted may be adhered to. In such case, any one of the two options may be followed. The speech can be given in any other language other than English, and copies of the same may be distributed to the audience. Or only first sentence and last sentence are read out by honorable speaker in that language, and the English translation will be read out by the interpreter. However, we would definitely appreciate you all to give one closing sentence of blessings to our children. So over to His Excellency Mr. Jean-Henri Sion, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, since he's the presiding officer. So would you like to take it up from here? Is His Excellency there, sir? Honorable Mr. Jean-Henri Sion, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti. Is he there? I don't think he's there on the stage. He's there? All right. We welcome you, sir, to please take your seat among the eminent speakers. Since this forum is being presided over by His Excellency Mr. Jean-Henri Sion, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti, we would like to ask you whether you would like to have an opening address or we should just follow the order as it is. Shall we follow the order? Thank you very much, sir. So, as per the order, we have Honorable Mr. Justice Bheki Mafalala, Chief Justice, the Superior Court of Judiciary, Kingdom of Eswatini. So, may we please welcome you to come up here and put forth your points. Children, we'd like you all to pay attention very carefully.
The founders of CMS, heads of states and government, management of CMS, teachers and students of CMS, first and foremost, I wish to thank CMS for inviting me and my delegation to come over to Lucknow for this conference. I further appreciate the warm hospitality that has been afforded to me and my delegation since our arrival. We have traveled far and wide in order to support the values and ideas of a world peace and world unity, of a world government spearheaded by the United Nations. But as many speakers have already alluded, the United Nations, as currently constituted, is not in a position to provide world peace and world unity. Decisions of the General Assembly are subject to approval by the Security Council. And the Security Council is an undemocratic organization or organ of the United Nations because 5 members are permanent and the 5 permanent members have also veto powers. The other 10 members of the Security Council are elected by the General Assembly. Now, the 5 permanent members of the United Nations or of the Security Council with the veto powers are not subject to the UN Charter, which makes the UN Charter to be not a good document to bring world peace. I wish to congratulate Dr. Gandhi for having made a contribution in establishing CMS, and he has made a great contribution to humanity through the education of thousands of students over the years. The name of Dr. Gandhi will surely go down in the annals of history for having made a very great and huge contribution to humanity. If one considers that the enrollment currently is 58,000 students, it means over the years, thousands and thousands of students have graduated from CMS. And the quality of education that the school offers, I will agree with the other speakers who have gone before me, is very high. And I would like to congratulate the students for the opportunity to have been part of the school. We acknowledge the climate conference currently going on in Indonesia, COP27, and the strides that are being made by the international community to deal decisively with the negative impact of climate change. However, we feel that this is still not sufficient, considering the consequences of climate change that are currently being experienced all over the world. Another great menace to world peace and humanity is international terrorism, which has deprived mankind of world peace and which has contributed to untold suffering, where thousands of people have been displaced and subjected to hunger and starvation. The United Nations Conventions Against Terrorism, as well as the Security Council Resolution 1373, are a testimony to the fight against the scourge of terrorism. However, I must point out that in most cases, neocolonialism has been the cause of terrorism. A lot of minerals which have been found in Africa and other areas have invited some world powers to come over to the third world in pursuit of these minerals, and in the process encourage terrorism amongst the powers of the world. In concluding my speech, I would like to emphasize that the conference that is coming on in 2024 with regard to the review of the UN Charter may not succeed for the simple reasons that the 5 permanent members of the Security Council might not agree to the idea of them being deprived of the veto powers. They may not even agree to the suggestion that they should not be part of the Security Council. For the Security Council to be democratic and effective, members of the Security Council have to be elected by the General Assembly. There should be no permanent member of the Security Council, and there should be no member of the Security Council with a veto power. In that way, it will become democratic. In that way, it may achieve world peace and security. But as presently constituted, I would submit that the United Nations is not capable of achieving world peace and unity. But we are not going to lose hope that maybe in 2024 the big powers will have a change of heart and agree to relinquish the powers that they have within the Security Council. Again, let me congratulate Dr. Gandhi and the CMS family for inviting us and for the great work that the organizers have done in bringing us here and accommodating us as delegates of this conference. I thank you.
We thank you, Honorable Mr. Justice Beki Mapulala, for addressing the pertinent issue related to exclusivity of veto powers to the UN Security Council. Jan Tinbergen said, mankind's problems can no longer be solved by national governments. What is needed is a world government, and this can best be achieved by strengthening the United Nations. We hope that the UN Charter will be complied to by the veto countries as well in the days to come. We now move on to Honorable Mr. Justice Somaila Sadi, Vice President, National Economic and Social Council, Niger. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Je vais parler en français, qui est la langue de mon pays. Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de justice invités à cette cérémonie, Mesdames et Messieurs les participants, Mesdames et Messieurs les enseignants et étudiants du CMS, je voudrais tout d'abord remercier les dirigeants de City Montessori School qui ont eu l'idée d'organiser ces rencontres, et aussi pour nous avoir invités en Inde pour apporter notre contribution à ce débat. C'est notre premier voyage dans ce pays et on a été très surpris et très fiers d'avoir participé à ces rencontres. Mes remerciements également vont en particulier à M. et Mme Gandhi pour leur hospitalité durant tout notre séjour. Le problème de la justice dans le monde est très bien pris en compte par l'Université City CMS et à travers son enseignement et aussi à travers ses conférences qui sont organisées pour la 23e fois. Cela permettra à tous ces élèves d'avoir très jeunes des notions qui vont les servir dans leur vie future et dans les décisions qu'ils auront à prendre à leur majorité. Le monde aujourd'hui est le lieu de beaucoup d'injustices. Injustice entre les pauvres, qui sont souvent ceux qui travaillent, et les riches, qui deviennent toujours plus riches, alors que les pauvres qui travaillent et qui ont les matières premières deviennent toujours plus pauvres. Alors même que ce sont ces pauvres, donc, comme je l'ai dit, qui font le travail et qui fournissent les matières premières nécessaires à la marche du monde. Pour le cas de mon pays, le Niger, la dureté du climat rend très difficile pour notre population, qui est obligée de se concentrer vers le sud du pays, plus favorable aux activités agricoles et à la vie tout court. La chaleur excessive, les sécheresses très fréquentes rendent le décollage économique très difficile pour mon pays, sinon impossible, sans un appui des pays qui ont un climat plus favorable. En effet, si on considère que le monde est unique, les pays favorisés par le climat devraient aider les pays défavorisés par le climat. Cette aide au développement doit être utilisée essentiellement dans l'investissement, notamment dans les énergies renouvelables, ce qui permettra d'offrir une vie plus décente à une population qui n'a pas choisi de naître dans ces contrées. Concernant l'insécurité et les risques de destruction qui menacent le monde, il est grand temps que l'ONU se penche sur une élimination des armes et en particulier les armes nucléaires. Cette élimination doit se faire par la négociation avec tous les pays possesseurs de l'arme atomique. L'Agence de l'énergie atomique doit se pencher sur le sujet en vue de rechercher des solutions acceptables pour tous. À propos de la jeunesse, dont l'Assemblée d'hier nous a beaucoup édifiés, il faut dire qu'ils sont très concernés par le sujet car c'est leur avenir qui est en jeu. Il faudrait que dans les pays du monde, la vie de la jeunesse soit prise en compte pour la justice mondiale. Dans mon pays, le Niger, une Assemblée nationale des jeunes se réunit une fois par an pour faire des propositions de loi qui sont ensuite soumises à l'Assemblée nationale des adultes, je dirais. Cela leur donne l'occasion de faire entendre leur point de vue au niveau du Parlement. Pour atteindre ces objectifs, il sera nécessaire de réformer, à mon avis, les Nations unies et le système de veto détenu par seulement quelques pays qui ne sont pas toujours favorables à la paix, comme vient de le démontrer la guerre en Ukraine. L'Organisation des Nations unies devrait devenir plus démocratique pour permettre à une majorité de pays de faire passer des lois et des résolutions, ce qui n'est pas possible aujourd'hui à cause des systèmes de veto. Telle est ma contribution sur le thème de la conférence. Je vous remercie.
I wish to speak in French, since this is the language spoken in my country. The eminent Chief Justices of the world, ladies and gentlemen, teachers and students of CMS. First of all, I would like to thank the founders of City Montessori School, who came up with the idea of organizing these excellent conferences and inviting us to India to contribute to the very pertinent debates and deliberations being held here. I would like to thank Dr. and Mrs. Gandhi for their warm hospitality. The school that they founded is a beacon of values that are being encouraged in the leaders of tomorrow. The world today is witnessing great injustice. Injustice against the poor, who are often those who work hard, while the rich always become richer and the poor become poorer. Even though it is often the latter who put in the work and provide the raw materials necessary for the functioning of the world. In the case of my country, Niger, the harsh climate makes life very difficult for our population, who is forced to limit itself to the southern area of the country, which is more favorable to agricultural activities and to life as a whole. Excessive heat and very frequent droughts make economic takeoff very difficult, if not impossible, without support from countries with a more favorable climate. Indeed, given that the world's climate is so diverse and unique, the countries with more favorable climate should help disadvantaged countries. This development aid must be used mainly for investment, particularly in renewable energies. This will make it possible to offer a more decent life to a population that did not choose to be born in these places. As for the insecurity and the risks of destruction threatening certain countries such as mine, it is high time that the United Nations looks into the elimination of nuclear weapons. This elimination must be done by negotiation with all the countries possessing atomic weapons. The International Atomic Energy Agency must look into the subject with a view to seeking solutions accepting to all. With this in view, the United Nations needs to be more democratic, which is prevented by the power of veto, which is only limited to 5 countries at this moment. As for the youth, whose assembly yesterday gave us a lot of inspiration, it must be said that they are very concerned by these subjects because it is their future that is at stake. In all the countries of the world, the voice of youth is taken into account for global justice. In my country, Niger, a youth assembly meets once a year to make legislative proposals that are submitted to the National Assembly. This gives them the opportunity to bring the youth's perspective to the parliament. This is what I wanted to say in the light of the conference theme. Thank you.
We express deep gratitude, sir, for voicing your concern on climate change and its implications on Niger. Our next honorable speaker is Honorable Mr. Justice Batsuri Misih, Judge, Supreme Court, Mongolia. Over to you, sir.
Dear Dr. Jagdish Gandhi, Honorable Chief Justices and Justices, teachers, staffs, and students of the City of Montessori School, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the City of Montessori School for the hosting this great event. Throughout history, young people have played an active role in shaping major social and political advancement. I do believe that knowledge leads to unity. As this, I have no doubt that all students and graduates of the City of Montessori School are saviors and the heroes of the future. Basically, let me share a little about my country. Mongolia is an interesting nation of rich ancient history, great tradition of statehood, and amazing historical and lasting tradition in legal culture. Mongolia is an independent country and the home of the all Mongols carrying language, culture, and the unique mentality. Therefore, we have aspiration to preserve our national uniqueness while keeping up with the achievement and discoveries of the humanity in the globalization era. In July 1990, Mongolia held first democratic multi-party parliamentary election. In September 1990, Mongolia established her first permanent parliament and has consistently implementing open and democratic policies. In past 32 years, Mongolia pursued peace-loving, open, multipolar foreign policy. We also regarded notable success in strengthening human rights and freedoms, rule of law, and democracy. And we have been encountering challenges as well. Mongolia firmly upholds the policy of solving an international dispute by peaceful means, not interfering into internal affairs and without application of force. These policies and stances enable Mongolia to be a permanently neutral, peace-loving, and open country. Respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, justice, and equality are at the heart of Mongolian efforts at national, regional, and international levels. Mongolia strongly believes that the principle of the equitable geographical representation ought to be taken seriously along with other equality important considerations like merit and qualification into the composition of international organization. Our country shall further consolidate and strengthen our peace in the initiation, openness, and activity of international stages. We shall constructively cooperate with you. And also, doors will be always open to peace, talks, and engagement. We should always welcome cooperation for prosperity. We should be happy to share with the lessons we have and are learning. Lastly, I would like to remark 3 points in regards to the conference. First, this event gives us great opportunity to understand importance of unity and peace education. Secondly, we also deeply gathering knowledge and experience implementation of human rights and its mechanism as well as rule of law. Last but not least, this conference is the great opportunity to us, judges and lawyers, to share their view and understand and the importance of becoming one united society. I wish success to the proceeding of the conference. Thank you for kind attention.
So we are deeply touched by your concerns regarding the democratic governance, which also happens to be one of our themes for the thematic parallel sessions. Your thoughts resonate with the Article 51 of the Constitution of India, which I would like to reiterate. The state shall endeavor to promote international peace and security, maintain just and honorable relations between the nations, foster respect for international law, and encourage settlement of international disputes by arbitration. So we were very much in sync. Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker, honorable speaker for the plenary session is Mr. Justice Karl Ashok Singh, former Chancellor of Judiciary, Guyana. Children.
Distinguished members of judiciaries from around the world, distinguished guests, teachers and students of the City Montessori School, I say it is good to be back here in Lucknow. The theme for this year's conference is Uniting the World for Children through enforceable world law and effective global governance. This is a laudable theme. If we pause for a moment to carefully analyze the theme, it will soon be made clear that the chosen theme is not a meaningless string of words. It gives rise to the question, why should we pursue an endeavor to unite the world? And how should we seek to unite the world? And who will be the beneficiaries of a united world? The answers to these questions are all there in the theme itself. The goal is to pursue the achievement of a united world through effective global governance, with the beneficiaries being the children of the world. The children of the world, you in particular, would be in the natural order of things, the inheritors of the world of tomorrow. But what is the foundation that is being laid for your tomorrow? Look around the world. Do we see promise? Do we see hope for our children? Do we see a bright future? A daunting picture presents itself in the world of today. We live in a world where fear is a worrying phenomenon. You go to a theater or a restaurant, and there could be an explosion that could kill you. You board a plane or you go on a train, and there could be an explosion that could kill you. Terrorism and lawlessness go hand in hand. With each passing year, we see significant climate change, bringing with it drought or floods, and ultimately crop failures, the consequence of which is famine and starvation and accompanying increased levels of poverty. There are mixed views about the results of the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Significantly, there was widespread agreement that the conference fell far short of the goals it had set itself. There were, however, some priorities and some positives flowing from the emphasis placed on a shift away from the use of fossil fuel and the importance of mitigating damage to nature and ecosystems, the protection of forests and biodiversity, and the significant pledge by some 124 countries to end deforestation by 2030. Over the last months, the world endured catastrophic experiences. We emerged not fully, I may add, from the coronavirus pandemic and were then hit by the war in Ukraine. The economic and social disruption caused by the pandemic is devastating. Consequently, millions of people face the prospect of falling into extreme poverty. While reputable statistics show that almost 700 million people have become undernourished, and this number continues to grow steadily. A United Nations report describing the effects of the coronavirus pandemic has described it as one that is killing people, spreading human suffering, and upending people's lives. The pandemic has proven to be more than a health crisis. It produced a human, economic, and social crisis. Just as we thought that we were getting to a reasonable state of normalcy in the world, the war between Russia and the Ukraine erupted. This war has brought about at least three indisputable consequences. First, it has caused rising food prices. Secondly, we are witnessing rising energy prices. And thirdly, the result has been tightened financial conditions. A major worry is that the Russian-Ukraine war is likely to cause a food crisis of global proportions. The predictions are that children are certainly likely to be the major casualty. In this state of violent conflict, by the end of this year, approximately 180 million people will face a chronic food shortage. And if food exports from Russia and Ukraine continue to be restricted, millions of people around the world will become undernourished, with children being that category most affected. And now a word about the United Nations. I saw recently posed online a question, which was, what is the impact of the United Nations in the world today? The answer provided was, the United Nations continues to promote justice and international law across its 3 pillars of work: international peace and security, economic and social progress, and development and respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. On the question of maintaining peace and security in the world, the response was that by sending 69 peacekeeping missions to the world's trouble spots over the past 6 decades, the United Nations has been able to restore calm, allowing many countries to recover from conflict. But is recovery from conflict what we want? I would have thought that we want a world of peace and stability, and therefore the greater interest of the world would be in the prevention of conflict. And therefore, when we consider these objectives of the United Nations, the Russian-Ukraine war and its horrific impact raises many questions. But the world has seen and recalls the notable failures of the United Nations. In the case of Rwanda, in 1994, the United Nations sent an assistance mission there, but it was unable to stop the majority Hutu people from killing nearly 1 million people of the minority Tutsi group. Similarly, we recall the massacre of 8,000 Muslim men in Bosnia by Serb forces in 1995. The role of the United Nations has been the focus of significant scrutiny and criticism, and strident calls have been made for its reform, particularly in relation to the membership of the Security Council and its veto power. In that regard, I take the opportunity to ask you to reflect on the eloquence of Dr. Augusto Lopez Claros this morning, who so clearly articulated the need for this reform of which I am now speaking. And what Dr. Lopez Claros this morning significantly told us was this Article 109, which was established in California in 1945. And if you remember, the goodly gentleman said that by that provision, the United Nations undertook a review procedure which would have included this veto power and the membership of the Security Council. It is significant to note that this was not a position advocated by member states. This was a resolution of the United Nations itself. The United Nations itself undertook to review the veto power, among other matters. now we hear that some 5 years from today, this review is likely to be considered. There is no commitment to bring about a change in the veto power, but we are going to think about it. Well, speaking for myself, and I believe one of my brethren said earlier that there is no hope that there will be change at the United Nations. I myself share that view, because if you could not have done it as you resolved to do, then 5 years from today you are going to consider it is not encouraging in the least. But it is in relation to this call for reform that I think that India is well placed. Indeed, we must not lose sight of, nor the focus of this conference. This conference is framed around, I believe it's somewhere up here, I think, Article 51 of the Constitution of India. And I take the liberty of recapping that Article 51 provides that the state shall endeavor to A, promote international peace and security, B, maintain just and honorable relations between nations, C, foster respect for international law, and D, encourage settlement of international disputes by arbitration. India's commitment to international peace and security was recently convincingly established. India, in the person of His Excellency the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, at a recent bilateral engagement that he had with President Vladimir Putin of Russia in Uzbekistan, told the President of Russia very clearly that today's era is not of war. Very significantly, this declared position, as expressed by Prime Minister Modi to President Putin, was restated in the final communique that emerged from the G20 summit in Bali. And the story emerging from that is large, because speaking for India, Prime Minister Modi, whether consciously or not, was actually advocating a position that Article 51 eminently allowed him to do, and that was for him as a leader of India to seek to promote and advocate the need for international peace and security. Article 51 falls within that category of provisions of the Indian Constitution intituled Directive Principles of State Policy. It is said that these directive principles have no binding force in law and are non-justiciable. Speaking on this, the chairman of the Indian Constitution Drafting Committee of some years ago, Dr. Ambedkar, had noted, quote, "If it is said that the directive principles have no legal force, I am prepared to admit it. but I am not prepared to admit that they have no sort of binding force at all. Nor am I prepared to concede that they are useless because they have no binding force in law. End of quote. Speaking further on the value of the directive principles, Dr. Ambedkar continued by explaining that whoever is the government of India is not free to do what they like with them because they will answer to the electorate of India if the directive principles are ignored. And so you can see that perhaps in recognition of one of the things that the electorate of India would consider, Prime Minister Modi at Bali was not ignoring Article 51. I would be impertinent to seek to discuss this latter issue, but I certainly can contend that India does have state responsibility under the provisions of Article 51 of its Constitution. And I further submit that those constitutional responsibilities can be strengthened and fructify by the provision of a greater role for India in the United Nations, and more particularly, a permanent seat on the Security Council, from which position India would be well placed to promote international peace and security founded on the ancient declaration in the Upanishad, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, and to encourage the settlement of international disputes by arbitration. I therefore respectfully suggest that with the very broad international support given to this conference, that support for India's effort to secure a seat on the United Nations Security Council be considered for a formal resolution of this conference. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to read the Declaration of World Prayer, Day for World Peace, being advocated by Dr. Hong and the Federation of World Peace and Love. And they urged, may the conscience in global citizens be awakened. May everyone do good deeds. May all living things on earth be blessed with peace. May we all work together for a bright future. I urge you all to endorse this declaration and its noble objectives. I congratulate and thank Dr. and Mrs. Gandhi and Professor Geeta Kingdom Gandhi on their persistence and dedication in holding the torch of this conference aloft in pursuit of the conference objectives. I recognize and thank Professor Sandeep Srivastava for his noted organizational capabilities. And I thank my protocol officer, Mr. Pariwar, for his tolerance and his consideration. And to the bright faces of the student community of the City Montessori School for your continued interest and participation here, I take the opportunity to wish you every success in your academic pursuits. Jai Jagat.
only the judiciary is capable of paving ways by impressing upon the world leaders to bringing about enforceable international world law binding on all countries and peoples of the world, either by reform of the UNO to create a body, a world parliament for enacting such world law, or by a new world order. And we thank you a lot, sir, for your deliberations. Honorable Mr. Justice Karl Ashok Singh, former Chancellor of Judiciary, Guyana, you asked a question in your speech: do we see hope? Do we see promise? Yes, sir. We see them in the eyes of our children. It is with these opportunities where they get to interact and learn from your wisdom and acumen that our children develop a global mindset and choose careers in future that are not just for their personal gain, but that of serving humanity at large. So give it up for yourselves, children. You're going to be the future world citizens. On that note, I'd like to invite our honorable guests for the evening, Honorable Mr. Justice Mozobe Jean Condé, First President, Court of Cassation, Burkina Faso.
Tout comme mon ami du Niger, je suis francophone. Et j'ai le désavantage de m'adresser à vous en français, en sachant que l'écrasante majorité de l'assistance ne me comprendra pas directement. Il faudra recourir certes au service d'un traducteur, plus précisément d'une traductrice, avec les aléas que cela comporte. Mais avant tout propos, qu'il me soit permis d'adresser mes chaleureuses salutations aux distinguées et éminentes personnalités ici rassemblées. En vos qualités, grades et titres respectifs, recevez par ces quelques mots l'expression de mon profond respect. Ceci dit, je prends la parole au nom de la Cour de cassation du Burkina Faso, un pays assez loin d'ici, qui est situé au cœur de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Et dans mon pays, la Cour de cassation est, dans l'ordre judiciaire, la juridiction supérieure chargée de contrôler et de sanctionner l'activité juridictionnelle des cours et tribunaux. Au passage, je vais rectifier, mon nom c'est Mazobé Jean Condé et non pas Mozobé. Je voudrais saisir l'opportunité qui m'a été offerte par les organisateurs de la conférence pour dire deux choses. Première chose, c'est l'expression d'un remerciement sincère à l'endroit de tous les initiateurs et organisateurs de cette conférence retentissante. Ils ont bien voulu nous y associer et nous les en remercions. Je dirais qu'ils ont, dans un esprit de suite et d'abnégation, su construire cette œuvre dont nous saluons la pertinence compte tenu des grands défis auxquels l'humanité est aujourd'hui confrontée. Nous nourrissons le vœu qu'une telle initiative impacte sérieusement le cours de l'évolution du monde en fédérant de plus en plus de personnalités disposant de pouvoirs de décision en matière de paix, de justice et de sécurité dans notre monde contemporain. Deuxième chose que je dirais du haut de cette tribune, c'est l'affirmation de la pleine et totale adhésion de la Cour de cassation du Burkina Faso aux idéaux poursuivis. Pour d'ailleurs paraphraser une des devises de l'UNESCO, puisque c'est dans l'esprit des hommes que naissent la guerre, il faut donc trouver dans l'esprit de ces hommes les ressorts, sinon les remparts qui permettent de construire la paix. Les initiateurs de cette conférence, 23e du genre, l'ont bien compris. Dans la continuité de la culture de paix, de tolérance et de non-violence qui caractérise l'Inde depuis des temps assez anciens, ils ont su mettre en pratique les dispositions de l'article 51 de la Constitution indienne pour construire cette initiative que nous saluons vivement. Avant de clore mon propos, je voudrais souhaiter une longue vie à cette initiative qui va, j'en suis sûr, finir par triompher. Je vais aussi souhaiter longue vie à City Montessori School, qui constitue un véritable laboratoire à ciel ouvert où sont expérimentés les idéaux de paix, de sécurité et de justice que nous partageons. Je veux enfin vous demander humblement d'avoir une pensée pieuse pour le président Kassoum Kambou, un compatriote. Jusqu'à son décès au mois de février 2022, il était président du Conseil constitutionnel du Burkina Faso et à ce titre, il répondait toujours présent aux conférences mondiales des juges en chef au niveau de cette ville de Lucknow. Sur ce, je vous remercie pour votre bienveillante attention.
Like the Honorable Judge from Niger, I am also a French speaker. I realize that I am at a disadvantage addressing you in French since a vast majority of the audience will not understand me directly. You will have to use the services of an interpreter while understanding the limitations that this presents. First of all, I would like to extend my warmest greetings to the distinguished and eminent persons gathered here and express my profound respect for you. Here, I would like to reiterate that my name is Mozobe Jean Condé and not Mazobe. I'm speaking on behalf of the Court of Cassation of Burkina Faso, which is a country situated in the heart of West Africa. In my country, the Court of Cassation is the superior court in the judicial system, responsible for controlling and sanctioning the jurisdictional activity of the courts and tribunals. I would like to take this opportunity offered to me by the conference organizers to say two things. The first is to express my sincere gratitude to all the organizers of this splendid conference. They were very kind in extending us an invitation. I would like to say that they have, in the spirit of continuity and commitment, been able to build on this work, whose relevance we welcome in view of the great challenges facing humanity today. We hope that such an initiative will have a serious impact on the course of world's evolution by uniting more and more personalities with decision-making powers in matters of peace, justice, and security in our contemporary world. The second thing I wish to emphasize is that the Court of Cassation of Burkina Faso fully and completely endorses these ideals. I will paraphrase one of UNESCO's mottos. Since it is in the minds of men that wars are born, it is necessary to find in the minds of these men the bricks, if not the strongholds, that will build the foundations for peace. The initiators of this conference, the 23rd of its kind, have understood this well. In the continuity of the culture of peace, tolerance, and non-violence that has characterized India since ancient times, They have put into practice the provisions of Article 51 of the Indian Constitution. We greatly esteem this initiative. Before I conclude, I would like to say that I wish to see this initiative take on an even greater momentum, and I'm convinced that it will be a resounding success. I would like to wish CMS a long life as a stellar example of an open-air laboratory for the ideals of peace, security, and justice that we all share. Thank you for your kind attention.
That's a wonderful, wonderful compliment, sir. Open air laboratory for ideas of peace and justice. Isn't that wonderful, children? Thank you so much, Honorable Mr. Justice Mozobe Joan Condé, First President, Court of Cassation, Burkina Faso. And our penultimate speaker is none other than, children, wait, hear this one. His Excellency Jean-Henri Sion, Prime Minister of the Republic of Haiti. We expect a louder round of applause.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je veux saluer toutes les autorités judiciaires, les autorités dirigeantes de leur pays, anciennes et actuelles. Je veux saluer le président de la conférence. Je veux saluer Madame Jetta Gandhi et son mari. Je veux saluer toute la communauté indienne, particulièrement les jeunes, les enfants et les jeunes qui sont là. Mais permettez-moi de détacher mes frères d'Amérique centrale et du Sud et mes frères et sœurs d'Amérique centrale et du Sud, mes sœurs et frères de ce continent d'avenir qu'est l'Afrique. Je suis heureux de prendre la parole, une fois de plus, à ce prestigieux podium que représente le Congrès international pour la paix qu'organise depuis plus de 20 ans la City Montessori School de Lucknow, dans cette belle ville de l'Inde, Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Je remercie donc les responsables de l'occasion qui m'est donnée d'y partager quelques idées autour de la quête que nous devrions tous embrasser en vue d'établir un monde véritablement concerné par le bien-être des enfants de la planète. Je les congratule d'avoir compris qu'il fallait en préserver l'organisation en dépit des méfaits de Covid-19. J'allais un peu escamoter mon texte pour permettre au traducteur de faire sa traduction, mais je me souviens qu'il y a beaucoup de francophones dans la salle. Donc pourquoi je suis obligé de lire l'intégralité de mon texte? Parce que ce que j'ai à dire les concerne également. Il nous est facile de nous entendre sur l'importance des enfants, de nos enfants, de tous les enfants de la Terre. Ils représentent ce lien primordial entre toutes les civilisations, toutes les cultures. Ils constituent un passage obligé entre toutes nos nations, puisque sans eux, il ne saurait être question d'humanité. En fait, l'espèce humaine ne peut se reproduire que par sa progéniture. Cependant, il demeure difficile de nous mettre d'accord sur les meilleurs moyens de protéger vraiment les enfants de la planète, c'est-à-dire de tenir compte du bien-être des enfants actuels, conçus par les parents que nous sommes, ainsi que du bonheur de leurs descendants, les enfants des générations à venir, d'âge en âge. Il s'avérerait donc qu'en suivant nos égoïsmes respectifs, nous aurons tout fait pour détruire les ressources qui leur sont indispensables en annihilant leur droit à construire leur bonheur. Nul besoin de rappeler les statistiques catastrophiques qui témoignent de l'ampleur déplorable des maux de toutes sortes affectant les enfants du monde entier, dont un trop grand nombre vivent dans des situations infrahumaines, dans la pauvreté et la faim, sans logement adéquat, ni accès à l'eau potable ou aux soins de santé, sans aspiration à l'éducation ni un avenir meilleur. Ces conditions chroniques auxquelles se sont ajoutées de nouvelles maladies, loin d'être adressées par le développement dont se targue le monde moderne, ont été aggravées par l'action humaine. Action qui ne vise que les intérêts personnels et de groupes ou de pays détenteurs de forces hégémoniques. Dans leur quête de richesse et de pouvoir, les États les plus puissants n'en finissent pas de détériorer l'équilibre planétaire. Ils provoquent, en plus des pertes directes en vies humaines, le réchauffement de la planète, d'où le changement climatique, avec de graves répercussions immédiates et à long terme. Pour les résorber, il nous faudra trouver les réponses adéquates, nonobstant les sacrifices énormes à consentir. À tous ces malheurs, il nous faut ajouter le pire, les effets des guerres qui ravagent le monde et dont les enfants sont les plus grandes victimes. À cet égard, il importe de citer un passage important de l'aperçu publié à titre de justification de ce congrès même. Durant les 16 dernières années, au moins 2 millions d'enfants ont été tués dans les guerres, 6 millions d'enfants blessés, 10 millions frappés de sévices psychologiques, 1 million d'enfants perdus ou séparés de leurs parents, 25 millions d'enfants ont dû fuir leur pays. La perte de leurs parents qui ont péri dans les conflits armés et la destruction de leur environnement familier en font des milliers de réfugiés qui viennent ainsi compliquer le problème mondial de la migration qui produit un déséquilibre pour les pays voisins, ce qui les rend toujours indésirables. La guerre est partout. Elle déstabilise les rapports humains et ravage la planète. Le terrorisme, l'anarchie, la course aux armes de destruction massive sont autant de phénomènes qui ont transformé le monde d'aujourd'hui en un univers de risques, d'instabilité et de non-droit. Actuellement, l'Europe entière est menacée par une guerre dont les terribles répercussions font craindre une déflagration mondiale. L'expression moderne de la liberté ne se conçoit-elle pas en fonction de l'accès aux droits humains, à la dignité et à la liberté pour tous? Il est temps pour les responsables de tous les pays du monde de répondre à l'appel au dialogue humain si éloquemment exprimé dans l'article 51 de la Constitution de votre cher pays de l'Inde. L'avenir de la planète dépend d'un changement de mentalité qui devrait s'axer sur l'humanisme et se baser sur la solidarité entre tous les êtres humains. La nature et l'environnement n'acceptent pas de frontières. Ils nous obligent à la recherche du consensus où grands et petits ont indistinctement leur rôle à jouer. Le niveau de conservation du capital humain sera ce que nous aurons décidé d'en faire par le canal de l'éducation qui est la planche de salut du monde, qui doit naître de la conjugaison des efforts de tous, petits et grands, puissants et faibles. Ce changement de mentalité passe irrémédiablement par l'éducation, l'altruisme et l'engagement pour la paix et la concorde, étant entendu que l'élément basique demeure nos enfants. Cela répond bien à cet aphorisme qui résume comme une vérité absolue: l'enfant est le père de l'homme. Ce grand village que nous constituons dorénavant nous impose des relations interhumaines pour combattre les souffrances infrahumaines. Alors, il faut s'engager sans détour en faveur de la sécurité humaine qui ne saurait se réduire aux approches applicables aux élans du secteur humanitaire régi par les principes de neutralité, d'impartialité et d'indépendance. Les ingrédients et les faits environnementaux ne souffrent d'aucun préjugé ni exception. L'aide humanitaire s'avérera longtemps encore nécessaire tant que dureront les inégalités sociales, tant que perdureront les conflits armés et les guerres. Toutefois, la neutralité qui interdit à bon escient de fomenter les conflits en raison des intérêts et l'impartialité qui s'oppose à toute discrimination face aux besoins humains trouveront leurs meilleures expressions dans la solidarité agissante appliquée en toute indépendance, sans égard aux visées économiques, financières, militaires ou autres. Si les intérêts économiques ne peuvent être tempérés par l'éducation, vu que la recherche du lucre est prépondérante, si les problèmes de l'environnement ne peuvent trouver leur solution que dans les démarches éducationnelles dont ils sont tributaires, lors même que la recherche du gain en constitue le moteur aveugle des géants de ce monde. Si nous ambitionnons, sans détour ni hypocrisie, la paix dans le monde, la satisfaction des besoins primordiaux de chaque être humain, nous devons être convaincus que le bien-être de l'homme devra désormais être au centre des débats pour un monde plus juste, plus humain et plus digne. Ceux qui ont engendré cette ère de l'anthropomorphène doivent finir par comprendre et accepter que le sauvetage de l'humanité réside dans la grande générosité qui anéantit l'égoïsme, l'hypertrophie du moi, que ce soit à un niveau individuel ou étatique. La protection de nos enfants, la préservation de l'environnement, la justice sociale, l'équité, la solidarité constituent les issues devant conduire à la voie royale. Il est donc temps de sortir de l'égarement pour rentrer dans l'engagement. Merci.
I'm happy to once again speak at this prestigious. Yes, I'm happy to speak once again at this prestigious podium that represents the International Peace Congress that the City Montessori School of Lucknow has been organizing for more than 20 years in this beautiful state of India, Uttar Pradesh. I thank the organizers for the opportunity to share some ideas about the quest that we should all embrace in our lives in order to establish a world truly concerned with the welfare of the world's children. I congratulate them for understanding the need to preserve the organization despite the misdeeds of COVID-19. It is easy for us to agree on the importance of children. They are that all-important link between all civilizations and all cultures. They are an essential link between all our nations, because without them, there can be no question of humanity. In fact, the human species can only reproduce through its offspring. However, it remains difficult to agree on the best ways to truly protect the world's children. That is, to take into account the well-being of the present children and the children of generations to come. It turns out that by following our egoism, we will do everything to destroy the resources that will be indispensable to them by annihilating their rights to build their own happiness. There is no need to recall the catastrophic statistics that testify the deplorable extent of all kinds of ills affecting the children of the world, too many of whom live in subhuman conditions, in poverty and hunger, without adequate housing or access to clean water or health care, without aspiration to education or a better future. These chronic conditions, to which new diseases have been added, far from being addressed by the development that the modern world prides itself on, have been aggravated by human actions. Actions that only aim at personal interest and those of groups or countries and holders of hegemonic power. In their quest for wealth and power, the most powerful states decide the planetary balance. In addition to the direct loss of human life, they cause global warming, hence climate change, with serious, immediate, and long-term repercussions. To reduce them, we'll have to find the appropriate, notwithstanding the enormous sacrifices to be made. To all these misfortunes, we must add the worst, the effects of wars that ravage the world and of which children are the greatest victims. In this regard, it is important to quote an important passage from the overview published as a justification for this very Congress. During the last 16 years, at least 2 million children have been killed in wars, 6 million injured, 10 million psychologically abused, 1 million lost or separated from their parents, 25 million children forced to flee their countries. The loss of their parents who have perished in armed conflicts and the loss of their familiar environment make thousands of refugees who thus complicate the global problem of migration, which creates an imbalance for neighboring countries, making them undesirable. War is everywhere. It destabilizes human relations and ravages the planet. Terrorism, anarchy, the race for weapons of mass destruction are all phenomena that have transformed today's world into a universe of risks, instability, and lawlessness. Currently, the whole of Europe is threatened by a war whose terrible repercussions make us fear a worldwide explosion. Is the modern expression of freedom not conceived in terms of access to human rights, dignity, and freedom for all? It is time for the leaders of all the countries of the world to respond to the call for human dialogue so eloquently expressed in Article 51 of the Constitution of your dear country, India. Then, we must make a clear commitment to human security that cannot be reduced to the approaches applicable to the humanitarian sector governed by the principles of neutrality, impartiality, and independence. The ingredients and environmental facts do not suffer from any prejudice or exceptions. Humanitarian aid will continue to be necessary for as long as social inequalities, armed conflicts, and wars persist. However, the neutrality which forbids the fomenting of conflicts because of interests and the impartiality which opposes any discrimination, human needs, we will find their best expression in the active solidarity applied in full independence without regard to economic, financial, military, or other aims. If the economic interests cannot be tempered by the education because the search for profit is preponderant, if the problems of the environment can find the solution only in the educational approaches of which they are dependent. If we have the ambition to achieve world peace, the satisfaction of the primordial needs of each human being without any detour or hypocrisy, we must be convinced that the well-being of man must be at the center of debates for a world that is more just, more human, and more dignified. Those who have created this era must come to understand and accept that saving the world is not enough. They should understand and accept that the salvation of humanity lies in the great generosity which annihilates egoism, whether it be at an individual or state level. The protection of our children, the preservation of the environment, social justice, equity, solidarity are the issues that must lead the way. It is therefore time to come out of the misguided path to enter together in this commitment.
Thank you so much, sir, for that very, very motivating address. And just for your information that respected founder manager, sir, did appeal to Dr. Kofi Annan way back a couple of years ago, requesting that the children's right to a safe future be recognized and included in the UN's Declaration of Rights of the Child, the UNDHR, and we are still awaiting that the right to a safe future is also a part of the UNDHR to ensure that the decisions that are taken by the judiciary, some amount of say of the students is also there in that decision-making body. So on that note, I'd like to call our final speaker for the day, respected Dr. Arthur Dahl, President of the International Environmental Forum, former Deputy Assistant Executive Director of the UN Environmental Program. I'm sure he's been to one of the campuses, addressing many students, talking to them about how the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are mapped to create a safe and secure future. And children, let me tell you, you've been studying SDGs lately in your syllabus. You've been including SDGs in your day-to-day activities. So let me tell you that every country has a certain report card which the head of the state has to produce periodically to show the progress made by that country, how much of the sustainable development goal has been achieved by that country. So I'm sure sir has something really important to tell us, so I want you all to listen very, very carefully. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Justices, distinguished delegates, amazing children of the CMS, who are really representative of our future here and reminding us of our responsibility. I want to thank the organizers for inviting an environmental scientist to address this meeting. And I'd like to raise with you some of the challenges we face for justice for the climate and nature, new emerging legal issues that will be certainly on your agenda in the years ahead. Thank you. The environmental crisis has brought a whole new set of issues for justice to address, such as climate justice, where the existential threats that come from greenhouse gas emissions and the resulting global heating are producing victims who made no contribution to the causes of their suffering and their loss of life and property. We have known for decades through scientific research that extracting and burning fossil fuels would lead to global heating and climate change. However, those whose wealth and material success were produced by the use of fossil fuels as a primary energy source continue to deny their historical responsibility and even failed to live up to their current commitments under the Climate Change Convention, as the current difficult negotiations at COP27 in Egypt demonstrate yet again. There have already been national court cases holding governments responsible for their failure to meet their international obligations. Looking ahead, the consequences will inevitably be catastrophic, as the recent massive flooding, droughts, and wildfires already demonstrate. The resulting sea level rise, for example, already in large part irreversible, will inevitably generate hundreds of millions of climate migrants or refugees, if we dare to use that term beyond its present legal definition. In the coming decades, coastal areas and cities all around the world will be inundated. A number of small island developing states will lose their entire national territory. How can this loss be compensated? How can they at least migrate as whole populations, preserving their communities, social relationships and cultures, and perhaps even their national identities? In September, Pacific Island students, with the support from Vanuatu and other island countries, launched an effort at the UN General Assembly to petition the International Court of Justice for an advisory opinion about responsibilities governments have to their citizens and other countries in relation to climate change, and even to define climate change as a human rights issue. One focus could be on states' obligations to climate-vulnerable countries and to future generations. Another issue is justice for nature, giving legal standing to elements of nature. The Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services recently issued a biodiversity values assessment that documents scientifically the many values of nature, from its mercantile value as for marketable goods like timber or exotic species, through amenity values and tourism resources, to indigenous values of complete unity with nature as part of themselves and their ancestry. They relate this to broader perspectives on justice and the power imbalances in the world today. In Aotearoa, New Zealand, the Wanganui River was granted legal personality in 2017 to acknowledge its sacred importance as a living entity and an ancestor to the Maori people. On the 8th of October last year, the UN Human Rights Council approved the human right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. This has now also been accepted by the UN General Assembly. Now it needs to be incorporated into law at all levels to make it enforceable. This will be another opportunity for courts to play their role. The United Nations Secretary General has created a high-level advisory board on effective multilateralism. Its mission states, in our common agenda, Secretary General issued an ambitious call to improve international cooperation through effective multilateralism. A central objective of effective multilateralism is strengthening governance arrangements that can deliver global public goods, a critical issue of international concern. And I've been working with Augusto Lopez Claros on proposals to help take that forward. This is expressed today in a discourse towards Earth trusteeship and the rights of nature, which would reflect in more effective Earth governance. The World Federalist Movement and the Climate Governance Commission, of which I serve, are organizing an Earth trusteeship dialogue to take this forward. The late Judge C.C. Weeramantry of Sri Lanka, former Vice President of the International Court of Justice, acknowledged that trusteeship is the first principle of modern environmental law. All global citizens are equal trustees of the Earth for the well-being of future generations. Earth trustees fulfill their mission as integral stakeholders of the community of life. This leads to the conclusion, as I wrote some time ago, that this collective trusteeship constitutes the moral foundation of human rights and a sustainable society. It follows that the welfare of each country and each community can only be derived from the well-being of the whole planet. Another major challenge is that international law is founded on agreements between states. But states have less and less power in a globalized society and economy, where the major actors are multinational corporations and even individual billionaires. So we need to reach beyond states with international law that extends to corporate entities and individuals who are responsible for many of the activities threatening our planetary environment and even our survival. There are significant legal gaps concerning the global commons and areas beyond national jurisdiction, such as the high seas, the ocean bottom, the atmosphere, and outer space, where presently anything goes, and often hundreds of satellites as well. So the judicial function, an essential component of governance at any level, needs significant strengthening at the global level as part of effective global environmental governance. Our future depends on it and that of future generations. Thank you very much for listening to me this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Atul Dal, President of the International Environment Forum, former Deputy Assistant Executive Director of the UNEP. So climate change is definitely a human rights issue. Legal standing to the elements of nature to promote unity with nature, harmony with nature. And just to set a small example, the holy Ganges, or Ganga, as we know, is worshipped by our countrymen. And we do have enforceable laws to protect and prevent dump of industrial toxic wastes into this lifeline river of northern India. That being said, every single individual here must have a sanctimonious contribution to building a sustainable society. We really look forward to the UN establishing laws to protect environmental entities for saving our planet from an imminent catastrophe. With these strong deliberations, we come to the end of the first plenary session of the 23rd Conference of Chief Justices of the World. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the very, very illuminous set of honorable speakers that we've had today and the opportunity to listen to them, which is a very rare opportunity which only you lucky children get in the entire world. We request honorable judges and heads of the state to please proceed to the parallel sessions. I believe they've already started. And one last clap, audience, for yourself for being such wonderful audience, patient listeners, and I'm sure every single child has some takeaway from this August gathering today. Thank you so much. Jai Jagat.
Good evening, and we will just take a 5-minute break and go into the next session. Yeah?
Imagine a world without corruption.
Access to healthcare, clean drinking water, and education.
A peaceful society with less social unrest.
More accountability for the environment and climate.
Governments spending on the right things in the right way and for the common good.
Markets that thrive with more transparency, reliability, and fair competition.
We are on the road to living in such a world.
So where do we go from here? How do we provide future generations with a world freer from corruption?
We need more companies to join the fight against corruption and take action individually and collectively.
We need more public-private partnerships and a commitment to strengthening civil service integrity.
We need governments to promote anti-corruption measures and implement policies to establish systems of good governance.
All of us in government, business and civil society must strengthen our efforts to ensure that our children inherit a world that is more transparent, accountable, inclusive,
and fairer, with more opportunity for all.
This is our commitment at the Global Compact
and our challenge to you.
Dear students, the countdown to the end of 5 minutes has begun. Please take your seats. Dear teachers, please ensure that the students are seated. I would be extremely grateful to the people standing on my right to please take their seats. Also the teachers, if you would please assist the students to quickly occupy their seats because we are already running 15 minutes behind schedule. You know what, we are calling them all together. As soon as Justice Mindor finishes, we will call.
Oh, so it doesn't matter.
Let's not like waste any more time because they already also have to go to the CM residence.
Yes, yes.
Yeah?
Before that, there's a high tea.
Yeah, all those things, yeah. Dear students, please occupy your seats immediately. Teachers, please ensure that students are in their seats so that we can begin with the session. Dear students, please settle down fast. And teachers, please ensure that they are seated. You can occupy any vacant seat right now because there are no more sessions scheduled after this. So nobody is to vacate and then nobody else is coming to take in their places. So please ensure that everybody is seated so that we could begin with the proceedings of the session. Okay. So good evening everyone, and we are into the last session of the day, but the session is of utmost importance because we have with us today Honorable Justice Dr. Antoine Kisiam Mindua, the second Vice President of the International Criminal Court, Netherlands. Since the morning you've heard about appeals that, the International Court has to be strengthened, and the very person who is at the helm of the affairs at that International Court is here with us, and he would be sharing his thoughts and views with us. So may I invite Honorable Justice Dr. Mindua to be with us on the stage. Yes. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Mindua. Also under the scanner since the morning is the topic global governance and what it needs at the present time. So we'll be deliberating with two very loved eminent personalities on crisis and change in global governance and the missing ingredients. Dr. Arthur Dahal, you just heard him, and then Dr. Joshua Lincoln, Senior Fellow at the Center for International Law and Governance. Dear sirs, would you be kind enough to come up onto the stage with us? And our very own beloved President and MD, Professor Geeta Gandhi Kingdon. Please put your hands together for all our eminent guests and speakers.
So students, I just want you to know that this is going to be a very different kind of session compared to the one that you've experienced up to now this afternoon. Instead of this being a session in which you are passively sitting and listening, this will be a session in which you will be invited to be engaged in the session, because after you've had the amazing opportunity to hear one of the speakers here, there will be time for you to give your comments if you want to, or to ask your questions. Okay? So I hope you will be taking some notes so that you can gather your own thoughts together for what you want to ask or what comment you might want to make. All right? Is that okay? Great. So I see that there are children going all the way to the back, and yet there are some seats out there that are still empty. And you could come forward so that you can see the speakers better and hear them better. If you want to come forward a little further forward, you're very welcome. Anyway, I think we should move. Yeah, they have all done it. They have all done it as much as they can. We've been asking them. So we now move to the session, which is the so-called parallel session in this time slot. And in this, the first part of it, we have Honorable Mr. Justice Dr. Antoine Kisiam Mindua, who is the second Vice President of the International Criminal Court in the Netherlands, in The Hague, in the Netherlands. And he will be speaking on jurisdiction and limitations of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, and with some suggestions for reform. So students, remember that just as there is corruption within countries, there is also grand corruption at an international level, or at the level of at the political level or at the business level. And Sir will be speaking about the International Criminal Court and suggestions for reform. So, Justice Mindua, you're welcome. You know what? Of course you can go there, but it might be better if you just held a mic and you moved here as you spoke, if you prefer that. Yeah, so that the children are closer to you and you have a connect with them, as you feel comfortable. You prefer, yeah, absolutely, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Yeah. turn the mic on. And we're going to reserve some time for questions. So I'm going to keep strict timekeeping, especially as we have started very late. We were meant to begin at 4 o'clock and we're beginning at 4:25. So keeping it brief. Yeah, thank you.
Dear Dr. Gandhi, Excellencies, Honorable Justices, dear students. First of all, I would like to thank very much Dr. Gandhi and you people of City Montessori School for convening and organizing so very well this conference. Secondly, I would like to express my appreciation to the students of the City Montessori School, because yesterday and today I was really struck. I was moved, deeply touched to see how you students, how you master international law issues and how you have expressed your commitment to the rule of law and to the international relation with peace and in full respect of international law. I can tell you, I can confess that throughout my experience, I am a university professor of international law. I have been ambassador of my country to the United Nations for 8 years, and now I am judge. I have traveled all over the world. What I can see here is really exceptional. Young students, very committed to issues of international law. I wanted to tell you that. Congratulations. In our globalized world, we need more than ever the rule of law for all, for individuals, but also for states. Our topic, as rightly mentioned by Professor Gandhi, is about the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice and International Criminal Court, and also about the limitations of both courts and our proposals for reform. So I prepared a long document, since we don't have time, and our session actually is an interactive one, so I'm going to try to summarize what I've prepared. First section, let us discuss about the jurisdictions of the two courts. First, jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice. This court is the principal organ, the principal judicial organ of the United Nations. It has been created in 1945 when the Charter of the United Nations was adopted and proclaimed. At the same time, the Statute of the Court, the International Court of Justice, ICJ, the statute was also proclaimed. The court has got 15 judges of different nationality. But of course, when there is a dispute before the court and one of the states has no judge, an ad hoc judge, ad hoc, this is Latin, a judge for the situation will be appointed. So, this is about the judges, 15 judges and sometimes one additional judge. This court has got, we are discussing, don't remember, we are discussing now about the jurisdiction, this court is got double or dual jurisdiction, contentious jurisdiction and advisory jurisdiction. Only states are allowed to bring dispute before the ICJ, and it should be a legal dispute. That means that the dispute should be about the determination of a fact, a legal fact, or about the qualification of that legal fact. The court has got the competence for fact-finding. And we have also the advisory jurisdiction, which is reserved for some international organizations allowed by the General Assembly to go before the court. The contentious jurisdiction is compulsory for states which have decided, which have given their consent to the compulsory jurisdiction of the court. Although the statute of the court says that all the United Nations members are parties to the court, but in order to go before the court and to accept the power of the court, they should give their consent. For the moment, if my memory is right, we have 67 states which have accepted the jurisdiction, the compulsory jurisdiction of the court. Out of 193 states of the United Nations, I could say it is not really too much. And then we have, I told you, the advisory jurisdiction, when the court can give legal opinion, if the court is requested to do so by an international organization allowed by the General Assembly. That jurisdiction, the decision given by the ICJ are not binding. They do not have the res judicata power. Res judicata is the binding effect of a judicial decision. That is Latin. Now, let us go very quickly to the jurisdiction of the ICC, International Criminal Court. But I would like first to define what is jurisdiction. I forgot to do that, talking about the ICJ. The jurisdiction of a court is the legal power, the legal authority to issue decision or to deal with a situation, with a matter. Generally, we have 4 types of jurisdictions or competence. Competence ratione materiae. Materiae, ratione materiae, it is Latin once again. The subject matter power, and aggression. And then we have the competence personae ratione, ratione personae. The competence over which kind of a person. As I told you, for the ICJ, the competence is about states or international organizations. For the ICC, the competence is about individuals, about biological people, biological persons, like you and me, but only for people over 18. So we don't have competence for young boys or girls aged minus 18. And then we have the power of the time, competence ratione temporis. For which period? The competence of the ICC starts in 2002, 1st of July, and for the future, if God wishes. And finally, we have the competence ratione territorial, the competence with regard to the territory, the English word. Ratione loci, locum loci. And under which territory the ICC can exercise its jurisdiction. I would like to remind you that the ICC is based on the Rome Statute, which is a treaty. So the competence of the court covers only the territories of states which have signed and ratified the Rome Treaty. We have for the moment 122. We used to be 124. 2 states decided to withdraw, Burundi and the Philippines. According to the Latin maxim, pacta tertiis not nec nocent, nec prosunt. Treaties or conventions cannot benefit and they cannot produce bad effects to parties which are not members of the treaty. In a good English, how can I put it? Treaties cannot benefit or to third parties or to be against third parties. This is the situation we are having with the ICC. We can only act on states which are our parties. But there is an exception. When the Security Council of the UN decide to bring a matter to the ICC, then the ICC will be able to adjudicate the situation. It was the case with Sudan. It was the case with Libya. Now, let us go to the limitations. Now, you could see I'm going very fast because we are going to discuss after that. Limitations. And we start with the limitations with regard to the ICJ. Of course, it is a very worrying. The whole of yesterday and today, we are all advocating that international law should be compulsory, should be binding on all states, on all individuals. But unfortunately, it is not the case. Unfortunately, international law is not like national law, like domestic law, where we have a national parliament producing laws, and we have the national judiciary adjudicating cases, and the national executive, the government, executing laws. For the international community, it is not the case, unfortunately. So, the sources of law are treaties, convention, and also customs. That is very complicated because how to establish a custom, how to recognize that a rule is part of the custom. We don't have time to do that now. So now, the problem we are having, the first limitation is the fact that states can decide not to accept the jurisdiction of the ICJ. Sometimes they can even accept that. It was the case for the United States of America. But in 1986, there was a problem between the USA and Nicaragua because Nicaragua was complaining that the United States was supporting the rebels. And the ICJ decided that the United States was wrong and had to repair, according to the principle in international law of the reparation of the state responsibility. And the United States just decided to renounce to the compulsory jurisdiction and not to obey the court's decision. It is international law, unfortunately. So that today, among the 5 permanent members of the Security Council who do have the veto right, veto, you know that, in Latin, veto, I refuse. So we have 4 permanent members who have decided not to accept the compulsory jurisdiction of the ICJ. This is very strange. We have just Britain, which has accepted the compulsory jurisdiction. So that is the first limitation. The second limitation is the advisory jurisdiction. First, that is the possibility to go to before the court and to request a legal advice is reserved only to some international organizations allowed to do so by the General Assembly. This is not right, because in 1945, when the court was created, the major actors in international law were states and international organizations. Today is not true anymore. We have NGOs, we have even the public, the private sectors, because some international corporations are more powerful than some other small states. Some individuals, I don't want to mention names, they are very powerful, they are billionaires, they can produce vaccines, seeds, and so on, and impose them in the entire international community. What are you going to do? They are members of the international relations. But unfortunately, they cannot go before the court, they cannot request adversary opinion, and they cannot even be part to a dispute. It is a big limitation, of course. We have a problem also with the judges of the ICJ, because they are elected for a term of 9 years, renewable, indefinitely. So now, when a judge is sitting, he should think about re-election, and he should be very careful with his own government so that he can have the support for the next session, the next elections. And sometimes he can be inclined to issue judgment thinking about the elections in favor of one state or against another one. And finally, this issue of ad hoc judges. Remember, I told you, ad hoc judges, when, for example, there is a dispute between Benin and Somalia, so at the court we don't have a judge from Benin, Benin can appoint a national to be an ad hoc judge. At the beginning, the system was created in order to look for a balance, but it is giving very bad impression that judges are there to plead for their own countries. So it is another limitation. And we go now to the limitations regarding ICC. Here, for me, the first and the biggest one is the fact that the ICC, unfortunately, is not a universal court. It is not really a world court. It is not a global apex court, because parties to the court states which have given their consent. Pacta tertis, nec prosunt, nec nocent. It is a limitation. Fortunately, we have the Security Council, fortunately this time, because, for example, Libya or the Sudan was not a party, is not still a party to the Rome Treaty, but for Darfur, the Security Council decided to report the case to the court. Sudan is not a member. Within the Security Council, we have some countries which are not a part to the court. For example, USA, Russia, China. But they can be part to take decisions about reporting, about referring cases to the court on other countries which are not members. This is tricky. But it is the Rome Statute. The Rome Statute was adopted by a plenipotentiary conference of the UN in Rome in 1998. Very quickly, because we don't have time, another limitation I wanted to tell you is about Article 16 of the Rome Statute. According to Article 16, the Security Council can defer a case for 1 year, renewable. For example, if there is a case before the ICC, a case brought by the state or by the prosecutor, the Security Council could say, please don't prosecute for 1 year. And then we block everything. And we are going to wait. After 1 year, the Security Council can say again, don't do something. And we are going to wait. So the process could be renewed indefinitely. It is a very big limitation, I can tell you. Now, very quickly, because you are going to intervene, I don't say everything. What about the reforms?
Because we started very, very late.
Yes.
We started 25 minutes late. So
Yeah.
if you would like some questions, we could take them now. We'll have 5 minutes for questions, because then we should move on to the next group. Is that okay with you?
It's fine. Because I wanted just to talk about the reforms, but I can answer the question about that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as the questions
Yeah,
come. Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Would you like to thank Sir? He gave he gave a beautifully clear and lucid account of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. Anyway, I could summarize, but I would be taking time, which is very precious, which is your time to speak. If there's any of you who want to make a comment or ask a question, we can take 2 comments or 2 questions. There's 1 student there. Okay, I can see 3. Okay, just quickly run up those first 3. You, yourself, then you, yeah, that's right. And then there was a girl at the back, yeah. Come on. Yeah. 3 of you, quickly.
Come quickly.
Just run up. You don't have to. Thank you so much. Okay. So, if you could just take your mask down, just say your name, which campus, and ask your question. We'll accumulate 3 questions, and then Sir will have opportunity.
I'm Mangalam Srivastava from Indranagar campus. My question to you is that Russia didn't follow the UN Charter by invading Ukraine. So shouldn't this be opposed in the UN General Assembly or Security Council? And Russia still has the veto power.
Okay, Sir has talked about the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court. So if you have a specific comment on that, it's a very good question you've asked, but it's not specifically about, yeah, okay, but still, Sir will try and answer that. Okay, yeah, please. Yeah, no, you ask right now.
I wanted to ask Sir a question that certain states choose to ignore the International Criminal Court of Justice and the ICJ. So is there really no way that we as the youth of the country can help the people, such as the people in Israel who are doing riots for women's rights, or the Russian, Ukrainian people? Is there no way we can assist them?
Say your question again.
As Sir said, that certain countries may choose to ignore ICJ's or ICAC's orders or warnings. So is there no way that we can help the people, as such as the people in Israel who are doing riots for women's rights, or the people who are fighting in Russian and Ukrainian war? Because there are many innocent people against whom crimes of humanity and war crimes are occurring. So is there no way we, as the youth of the country, can assist them?
Okay, interesting, yeah. If the courts can't, can we? Very nice. Okay, just come and stand here for a minute. Yeah. Okay, my dear.
First of all, my warm greetings, sir. So you talked about the types of issues entertained in the ICC. I'd request you to give some information or some instances of the cases filed in the International Criminal Court, which come in the category of the crimes against humanity.
Yeah, very nice question. Can you give some examples or instances, sir, of cases that have come to the International Criminal Court, which it has been able to adjudicate, to successfully adjudicate and to bring some relief? Wonderful. Thank you for your 3 great questions. Just stay here till sir answers. Yeah.
Okay. Very quickly, for the first question, I think you are asking what to do, for example, about Russia with regard to the conflict, the armed conflict with Ukraine, right? Okay. So you're asking 2 questions because we could have a legal dispute before the ICJ. In such a case, it will be between the 2 states, Russia and Ukraine. For example, I can imagine Ukraine would like to bring Russia before the judge for aggression, for example. Unfortunately, it's not possible because, as I told you, Russia has not accepted the compulsory jurisdiction of the ICJ. So Russia will refuse to go there. Because remember, pacta tertii nec nocent nec prosunt. And then, for example, before the ICC, can we bring people responsible for the commission of war crimes during the war before the ICC? It is possible to do that because Ukraine, although this country is not part to the ICC, Ukraine has accepted the jurisdiction of the ICC. So the territory of Ukraine is ours. We can work. And you know that 42 states have requested the prosecutor to prosecute cases in Ukraine. For the moment, we do have teams from the ICC in Ukraine investigating. And what are they investigating? They could investigate for if there is a case of genocide, crime against humanity, or even aggression. Aggression not by a state. By a state, it is before the ICJ, but aggression is a crime, individual crime of leadership. Because a head of state, prime minister, general, a chief of staff can commit individual crime of aggression. For you, it is, I stop there. And then, you are asking me if, for the moment, the international community or courts cannot do something, could we help? First, I would like to mention that in front of such a difficulty, because the ICJ could be blocked, the ICC cannot investigate a state. Some lawyers and people are advocating the creation of a special court to deal with the aggression as such, but we don't discuss that here. So you as children, we as citizens, maybe we could help through humanitarian assistance. We can help with advocating what we are doing here, bringing awareness of what is going over there. For the moment, I will stop there. And you asked me about the examples of case adjudicated already at the ICC regarding war crimes, crimes against, about the competence, actually. Okay, see, we do have many. We have many cases. For example, myself, I discussed, I already issued a decision on Mali, Timbuktu,
You remember there was a jihadist who occupied the country in 2012 for about 1 year. And then there was Islamic police, the Hezbollah, the police for the good behavior, and the Islamic tribunal, and so on. The tribunal decided to cut off even hands of people, flogging of women, and to sort of crimes. And my chamber sentenced Mr. I can tell you because it is public, Mr. Al-Mahdi to 9 years of imprisonment for destroying mausoleum and destroying cultural heritage, buildings dedicated to religions, and so on. We have many examples for that. I will support. The case of Mali, it's just Mali, the prosecutor against the criminals. Because jihadists destroyed monuments, mausoleum, and so on. So the prosecutor decided to prosecute them because those cultural heritages are protected by UNESCO.
Mali accepted the jurisdiction of the ICC. Of course. Yeah. So this was a fantastic example that he sent somebody, the leader, I think the leader of the country at the time, to 9 years imprisonment.
The chief of the Islamic Hezbollah.
Yeah, the moral police, the thought police of the country, the chief of that was sent to 9 years imprisonment, ordered by Honorable Justice Mindwa, for desecrating religious places, for destroying buildings, and for destroying cultural heritage. Okay, students, were your questions answered nicely?
Yes, ma'am.
That's great. Thank you so much. Can you clap for these three who asked some interesting, really interesting questions? Thank you. Thank you so much, Justice Mindwa, for a most interesting session and for such clear, lucid, and really interesting analysis, presentation in such a simple way that all our students could understand. And also how heartening it is, students, to know that such institutions exist at the international level. Although he was good enough to provide, also the limitations, to describe the limitations of these courts, of which he himself is the judge, not only judge, but also, second vice president of the International Court of Justice. He described the limitations of these courts as well. And the main limitation, he said, is that these courts have jurisdiction only over those countries who have voluntarily submitted to its jurisdiction, right? So, and he also said that 4 out of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, 4 of the 5 most powerful nations in the world, have not submitted to its jurisdiction. So you can see that our institutions are imperfect. And that's a beautiful segue into the next session, which is by Dr. Arthur Dahl and Dr. Joshua Lincoln, both of the Global Governance Forum. And there are many other things besides. They have many other identities. Dr. Arthur Dahl has worked all his life in the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. He also runs the International Environment Forum and was recently recipient of an international prize called the New Shape Prize for his co-authored proposal for how, a governance proposal that would be feasible and credible for how international governance can be set up. And Dr. Joshua Lincoln is a professor of law and governance at the Tufts University, USA. It's in Boston, extremely well-known university, and he's also a member of the Global Governance Forum. He's also served for 6 years at the Baha'i World Center as the Secretary General of the Baha'i International Community in Israel. So it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Joshua Lincoln, first of all, to address, and then Dr. Arthur Dahl, and then you will again have opportunity, students, to make your comments or ask your questions. Would you like to welcome him?
Namaste. Merci, Votre Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, eminent guests in the first rows, with your permission, I will address myself to the young gentlemen and ladies behind you, since this is a youth session. So, good. The overhead works. Young ladies, young gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm not old, but I didn't hear. Can you say it again? Good afternoon. Thank you, I heard that. So, let's see, get it to work. I'm going to ask you to change it manually from the side. Can you do that? Yes, please. Next. Hello. I want to tell you 1 minute, please, about me so you know who you're talking to, okay? And my hope is that we can have a conversation. We can think together a little bit about global governance and what it means and what the problems are and what you all have to think through because the world is yours. This is me. You see up there my brother, my sister. That was a long time ago. This second picture was taken 2 months ago. You'll recognize me, I'm the good-looking one. Don't laugh. It's true. No. Next, please. These are my 2 children. I have a 23-year-old daughter. You can see her on the left. This was her first day working as a nurse's assistant in a hospital. And they made her put on a COVID emergency full suit. And this became her new selfie photograph. And then next to him is my adoptive son. Oh, go back, please. Thank you. He was born in Ethiopia. As you can see, he's a serious footballer. Next, please. This is me when I went to work for the United Nations. And I had the chance to work on 3 different boundary conflicts on the African continent, which was an opportunity to learn a lot. On the top side, you see there, that's me in the white shirt on the left. We were in the middle of a dry riverbed between Ethiopia and Eritrea, with military teams from both sides trying to get them to agree on where exactly their positions would be at the time. This was about the year 2000. And in the middle, the yellow marker you see there, that's called a geomarker. That's a marker you put in the ground when you want to demarcate a border. You can either build a wall, which we don't advise generally, or you put these geomarkers in and the satellite picks them up and they provide a permanent, identifiable, precise way to know exactly where a boundary runs. Next, please. After that, I worked on another boundary dispute, this time between Cameroon and Nigeria, and for that one we had to get into the boats you see up there on Lake Chad in order to go onto an island to find a marker that we needed to find one of those yellow markers there on the island on the lake. And after that, I went to work for Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, who was the Secretary General of the United Nations at the time. And if you see the picture on the left up there in the corner, we were in a UN airplane, and you see me, my back is to the photo. I'm trying to explain to the Secretary General the bad news that the airplane can't land. I suggest you not have this problem. It's very inconvenient. Basically, the landing gear wouldn't go down, and the airplane pilots had said, please, we have to fly around for another 2 hours until we spend all the fuel of the airplane, and then the landing gear will come down, and then we can land. And I'm trying to explain this to the Secretary General, and if you can see, he's not very happy. It's life. Next, please. I worked in the big building, all the way up at the top, in the corner on the other side, I had a little office, and sometimes we would go down into the Security Council, you can see the big picture, and then there you can see Secretary General Ban Ki-moon sitting in the front at the desk. Next to him is Vijay Nambiar, who was my boss. He was an Indian gentleman, former National Security Advisor, and as you can see at the back, that's me. I was what you call a backbencher. You know about backbenchers. Okay, next, please. And after that, I went into the Baha'i World Center in Haifa, and I served as the Secretary General of the Baha'i International Community there. And one of my duties was to welcome guests. You see here a visiting delegation of religious leaders, including some from India. Next, please. Sometimes we had to welcome lots of guests, very eminent guests. Maybe you recognize the one in the top right picture? Are you sure? Okay, we're in the right country. Very good. Next, please. And then, in the last few years, I'm based at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy in the United States, where I study global governance, which is why I would like to talk to you about today. Next, please. Governance, which is different from government, right? Let's read the definition. The action or manner of governing. Governance is the process of interactions through laws, through norms, through language, of an organized society over a social system, a family, a tribe, an organization, a territory, or across territories. My learned predecessor spoke a little bit about the laws. So we have governance everywhere. You have it in your family. You have a system to manage the family. You have one here in CMS. You have 4 houses. Each of your houses is organized, right? Every student is part of a house. The houses relate to each other. Then you have the faculty, then you have the administration. There are rules, there are laws, there are processes. It works as a system. So the same is true at the international level. Next, please. This is the organigram of the system of governance that we have. It's the organigram of the United Nations. You see, it's a nice big box with lots of small boxes in it, different colors, lots of lines going from one box to another box. This is the system that was created in 1945. Yeah? Next, please. I know you know what this is. One way to think about governance is that for each one of those goals, we need a system to accomplish the goal. So, if I take number 16, peace, justice, that is the Security Council, right? The Security Council is the system by which, not the only piece of it, but one piece of it. If you take number 13, climate action, number 14, life under the water, below water, number 15, life on land, together, that's climate, right? And so we need a system of climate governance. My friend Arthur Dahl is going to speak to you about that. Next, please. This is a chart that shows you the members of the United Nations. If you start over on the side, in 1945, the organization was created by 52 members. If you come all the way to 2022, we have I was going to tell you the answer. How many member states do we have in the United Nations today? Excellent answer. Can anyone tell me who the youngest member state of the United Nations is? Experts, all of them. Extraordinary. You passed the test. So, 193 member states. My question to you is, the system we created in 1945 for 52 states, does it work for 193 states 77 years later? Don't answer. Think about it, okay? Here we go. Next. Everything is changing. The one on the left's global population going up. The one in the middle, global GDP going up. The one on the right, energy use globally going up. Do you notice a trend? Everything is going up. Next, please. World military expenditure also going up. $2 trillion last year for the first time, a record. That's what the governments of the world spent buying weapons. And the problem is, the more weapons you buy, the more weapons you have around. If you have weapons around, you become tempted to think that they are the solution to your problem. Right? You have a screwdriver, you have a hammer, and you have a gun. And you have a disagreement with your neighbor. Is an instrument I could use to solve my problem with the neighbor. Because otherwise, why do I own the gun? Right? And this logic creates, next please, conflict. This is conflict since 1989 until 2020. You can see we had a lot of conflict right in 1990, 1991, 92, and then things stabilized. But then you see at the end, in recent years, it's going up, right? Next, please. I love this. This is the map of the world. You learned in school, I learned in school, if you remember, you see the map of the world, you take your blue pencil out, you draw the map, you say on this side it's me, on that side it's you. It's a piece of paper with straight lines. This is a map that shows you international travel, international trade, technology cables under the sea, communications networks, energy usage. It's a map of the world as it is. And it's a map that has changed so much in recent decades. So as we think about systems of governance, we need to think about systems of governance that will work for this world, yeah? Next, please. Now we come to my favorite subject. I want to talk about cars. I know, you're a little surprised, but stay with me. This beautiful car is a 1947 Cadillac. Beautiful car. Would you like to sit in this car? Good. It was made in 1947. It was a technological marvel of innovation at the time. It went from 0 to 60 miles in only 14 seconds. This was unprecedented speed. You sit in the car, you put your foot down on the gas, and 14 seconds later, you were going at 60 miles an hour. It was incredibly efficient. With 1 gallon of gas, you could go 8 miles. This was considered fantastic. And if you filled the car with gas, it would go 100 miles. Great car. Next, please. I prefer this one. Do any of you know this car? Tesla, right? Here's the Tesla. Tesla in 2022, it goes the same 0 to 60, remember 14 seconds? This one does it 2.5 seconds. This car will go 90 miles per gallon. Remember, the old one was 8. This one will go 90 miles per gallon equivalent. Why equivalent? Because it doesn't run on gas. It's an electric battery. Which one is better for the environment? Wow. And this one, on one battery, will go 350 miles. So if you and I are going to go from Lucknow to Delhi, which car would you like to drive in? Tesla. Very good. Thank you. So you understand what I mean. I'm asking the question. The first car was a fantastic creation for 1947, 2 years after the United Nations was created. But what we have to think about today is it the right car, right? Next, please. Another way to think about this question is what we call the homeowner's dilemma. I know maybe you don't own a home yet, but you live in one. And for anyone who owns a home, you always have the question, do I fix the old home or do I build a new home? So far, for the United Nations, we try to fix the old home. You say, well, the kitchen is too small, the roof leaks, we have more children now, we have to add rooms. And every time you try to fix the old house to meet your new needs, right? Seems like a good idea. But in the end, you never have a new house, right? It'd be nice to have a new house. But the challenge with the new house is it's more expensive, right? To build a new house from scratch. And we have to all agree on every aspect of the new house. Where the kitchen is, how many bedrooms, who gets which room. Cars, 2 garage, 1 garage, pool in the back. One of the problems that you have in global governance, sometimes people are not happy with the old house, but we don't think that we can yet agree on the specificities of the new system of governance. Next, please. My friends Arthur and Augusto, who you heard from this morning, wrote a book called Global Governance and the Emergence of Global Institutions. They're talking mainly about how to fix the old house, the system that we have. 4 of the things they mentioned: General Assembly, changing the voting power and the functions of the General Assembly. The idea of creating a second chamber, a world parliament, second idea. Third idea, the need for an international security force. And the 4th idea, a new funding mechanism, because the funding mechanism, the way we pay for everything, is something that everybody is unhappy about. These are just 4 ideas about how to fix the system that we have, right? Let's set those aside for a minute. Next, please. Let's talk a little bit about the world that we live in, although many people have talked about it, so I'll go a little bit quickly through that. Have you ever heard of the expression, the multi-crisis? It's also referred to as the poly-crisis. It means multiple crises at one time. So if you ask the UN Environment Program, they tell you we are living in a triple planetary crisis. They mean climate change, biodiversity, and pollution. If you go and ask the World Bank, they will give you a different answer. They say that we are living in a confluence of calamities. Strong words. The 2008 financial crisis, we never fully came back from. Then we had the pandemic. Now we have the unequal economic recovery of the pandemic. And all of that is made worse by the war in Ukraine. If you ask Secretary General Antonio Gutierrez, he also says there's a triple crisis, but he is talking about food and energy and finance. Finally, interestingly, if you go and ask the Swedish Foundation, the Swedish Institute for Peace Research, they say it's 2 problems, security and climate. And if you can fix those 2, then we can fix everything else. It's an interesting idea. Next, please. Sometimes people are now beginning to think, and we need your help on this particularly. We need you to help us think. We need new ways to think about all of these different kinds of problems. So they're beginning to ask questions about what is the connection between different kinds of crises. If you have an economic recession and you have a war, are you more likely to get a food crisis too? If you have a food crisis and you have a pandemic, are you more likely to get a war? What is the relationship between different kinds of crises? And to be honest, our current thinking models are not good enough to understand some of these things. So maybe, please, if you would hurry up and get educated, we need some new perspective, we need some new ideas, we need some new thinking to help us understand these problems better. Next, please. Next, please. You remember the box we looked at? The squares, all very nice, organized, boxes, lines between squares. That was the way of thinking of 1945. And as I just said, our way of thinking is changing. Now we're thinking a lot more in things that look like this. Circles and cycles and limits. These are 2 interesting ones. The one on the left, maybe you've seen it, is the planetary boundaries schema. It was developed by some scientists who came together, and it shows how 5 out of 9, all the orange ones, of planetary boundaries have been exceeded. It shows the limits of the Earth. Yeah? The one on the right is very interesting. This is called donut economics. Have you ever heard of donut economics? It's a new economics professor who didn't like the old way of thinking. And so she developed this way of thinking about economics. Donut economics says all of our conversation about economics should happen somewhere between a floor of what you need and a ceiling of what will hurt the planet. So the inside of the donut, the white part, is too low. If I'm homeless, I'm in the white middle of the donut. If I have a 56-room palace, I'm outside of the donut. Because if everybody has a 56-room palace, we will exceed the limits of the planet. Yeah? So what this model says is all of our decisions about housing or water or education or whatever issue it is should happen somewhere in the middle. And that's where we need to focus our attention. Next, please. Okay, very briefly, talk about a couple of elements of global governance. Arthur is going to talk about this, but climate change is one area of governance. We've talked about the United Nations a bit, the old system from 1945. Climate change is a place where we've been looking for a solution for 50 years or more. Arthur will tell you more about it. But despite 50 years and the temperature going up all the way through, we have the Paris Agreement 7 years ago, but you know, honestly, we're not sure it works yet. Why are we unsure it works? Because emissions still going up, which means our system is not yet working well enough. Yeah? Next, please. This might interest you because I know many of you are interested in computers and applied sciences. This is artificial intelligence. This is not an old issue. This is a brand new issue. Here, we need a system of global governance for AI. We don't have it. So here is the beginning of a conversation between a group of nations and some organizations. Starts about 6 years ago in 2016, where they're beginning to talk and say, how do we govern AI? You are going to have to get yourselves involved in that discussion. Yeah? Next, please. Another area is the ocean. 70% of the planet is ocean. We don't, until today, have an agreement that governs protection and use of 70% of the surface of the planet. Why is this important? Because now our technology enables us to get to the bottom of the ocean when that was never before possible. It's possible now to mine the bottom of the ocean using remote-controlled submarine vehicles. Send them down, they go down to the seabed 2 miles below, start drilling. So we are in a hurry. We have to get an agreement in place to protect the oceans, to manage how much you can exploit them, and to figure out what the future of the oceans are for the rest of us to continue to enjoy them. This process, they're reconvening, I think it is in Montreal in December. They're trying to finish this treaty. Next. Here's another example, biodiversity. You know about this issue very well, right? Biodiversity is crashing right now. We have large extinction of large number of animals and plants around the earth. And so this is aimed, we have a treaty on biodiversity. It exists, but it's not tough enough. So here they're trying to negotiate something called a protocol to make it more effective and tougher and to protect biodiversity as much as possible. Next, please. The last example is plastics, also a new issue. Yeah? As you know, plastics can be really harmful to the oceans and to Earth. Why? Because 99% of plastics are made from oil. Do you know why they're made from oil? It's not necessarily so. From a chemistry standpoint, you can make plastics from any number of things. They're made from oil because in the 1920s, oil companies went to some chemists and said, hello, we just found a lot of cheap oil. What can you make with oil? And the chemists went into the lab for a few days or a few years, and they came back out and they said, we can make plastic. And that's why all of our plastics, every chair you're sitting on, is made from oil. And so the search to protect the oceans, protect the earth from oil-based, oil-derived plastics is now happening. This process is just beginning. Next week, the nations, the countries of the earth, global business, and the NGO communities and indigenous communities are starting what will probably be a 3 to 4 to 5 year negotiating process in Uruguay. Oh, I see we moved on. We're on to the Security Council. Last question, everyone's favorite topic, the Security Council. I bring that back because in a way it concerns India. I want to take a poll. Does anyone think India should be a member of the Security Council? I'm sorry, again, I can't hear you. Yes, sir. Thank you. So it's been a policy, a position of the Indian government for a long time to become a member, and that makes total sense, right? In a few years, the most populous nation, a major presence in global governance, a major developmental power. It makes all the sense in the world. And my colleague Augusto talked about Article 109 and the possibility of opening the charter and reforming the charter. But we face the problem that reforming the Security Council is really quite hard to do. And we should do it, we must do it. All the criticisms of the Security Council are true. But we have to be careful how we do it, right? Because to be fair, you know how the climate crisis is the big problem of today. In 1945, the big problem of 1945 was peace and security. It was conflict. The one concern everybody had in 1945 was to create a system of global governance to make sure there was not a third world war in 2 generations. And if that was the objective, in 77 years, we have not had another third world war. We've had a lot of small conflicts, all of them bad, all of them terrible, for sure. But so as we think about the Security Council and how many nations to let in, and the issue of Security Council reform is now coming back. More people, more countries are interested to discuss it. The difficult challenge is going to be, how do we not throw out the baby with the bathwater? Yes? We have to figure out how to manage these issues. Next, please.
I hope you're going to be finishing soon, because otherwise we shall not have time
I have 1 minute left.
Okay, thank you.
I hope I have not given you a headache.
No, not at all.
No?
It's fantastic.
See that? All right. I want to finish with 5 slides, which are 5 principles for thinking forward, okay? Next, please. Next, please. Yep, one more. Thank you. These were drawn from a Swedish report. I like them very much. Think fast, think ahead, act now. I know you're looking at me going, we know this. We don't know this. You know what we normally do? We think slow, we don't think ahead, and we certainly don't act now. So this may look easy, this is very hard to do. Can you remember it? Think fast, think ahead, act now. Number 2, next please. Expect the unexpected and be prepared to adapt. Again, you're looking to say, of course, we always expect the unexpected. No, we're not very good at that either. I'll give you an example. In June 2019, if any of you had been able to foretell the arrival of a global pandemic, you would be one of the wealthiest people on earth. Nobody saw the global pandemic arriving 4 months before it arrived. So we need to learn this one too. Next. Cooperate to survive and to thrive. So this is interesting. You say, well, of course, we cooperate already. But the reality is, we don't. We cooperate to survive. If a lion comes in the room, we're all going to cooperate very quickly to survive the lion. But once the lion goes out, we're all going to go our own way, because in our definition is actually, I will prosper, I will thrive, I will succeed alone. And if we've learned anything from recent years, it is that is no longer true. Next, please. Only a just and peaceful transition will succeed. This is really important. No matter what you do, computer studies, bioethics, nanoengineering, you name it, and no matter what the area is, if you do not have a concern for peace and justice as you do it, it will not succeed. And the very last one, by everyone, for everyone. Again, this may seem simple, but the reality is no, this is very new. Very new. If you went and you looked at the group of people who decided the end of World War II, who did the treaties, signed the peace, there's a few hundred people. Only 735 people negotiated the start of the Bretton Woods institutions. By comparison, in Sharm el-Sheikh, there are 25,000 people at present. And they come from everywhere. They don't just look like me. This is an important part. Diversification, participation, inclusion in global governance. The Indigenous Peoples Movement has a very interesting saying for this. Nothing about us without us. This is an interesting principle. It says you can't go in a room and decide things about me without inviting me into the room. And that has become the new standard for global governance. So, Jai Jigar, thank you very much.
Thank you, students. I think that the volume of that applause tells us about the popularity of this presentation and the fact that it spoke to the students very well. Thank you very much, Dr. Joshua Lincoln, for a most illuminating and interesting conversation that drew in all the students very well and gave us a very good sense about some of the issues involved when thinking about global governance, how the world should be governed. And I really loved the very, very last thing that Dr. Lincoln said, nothing about us, without involving us. Was that the right?
That was it. Nothing about us without us.
Nothing without us, without us. Nothing about us, without us. Now this principle, can you hold on to this principle? nothing about us without us. Would you like that rules and things are made for you without consulting you? You would not like that. Even in the context of a school, you have a school council, a student council, right? Because if decisions are taken about you, for example, what homework to set, how much homework to set, or a whole range of things about how the school should be run, your student council helps to make those decisions together with the school leadership, like your principal and teachers and so forth. So nothing about you without you. Hold on to this principle, because this is a very interesting thing. Even at the macro global level, he's saying this has become a really important principle for global governance, democratic decision making. I'm very pleased now to invite Dr. Arthur Dahl to address us without any further ado. We've already introduced Dr. Dahl. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm going to be able to go very quickly through parts of our presentation because Joshua's already shown some of the things I was going to share, and we're running short of time, so I'll be stepping through some slides as we go forward. But I really want to talk about what's missing in global governance with respect particularly to the environmental challenge we're facing and some of the difficulties we face in designing a better system of governance to address those challenges. I'm sure already aware, young people already know that we have these existential threats from climate change, biodiversity loss, pollution, resource depletion, mass population displacements. And these are all interrelated because we're living in a single global system today. The planet is a single, we're united by technology, we're united by communication. You can pick up your smartphone and call anywhere in the world and so on. You may not be able to travel everywhere in the world still. We're still divided, but we have to acknowledge that we have to learn how to live in the single complex system. And Joshua already shared the donut diagram, so I don't need to go into and the planetary boundaries, which really define those inner and outer limits that we have to learn to govern as we go ahead. He also talked about climate change and how it's accelerating, and so the world is getting hotter and hotter, and we're following the red curve there very much today. We've not done much to control this process yet. And behind this is why it's so complicated to govern this kind of change, is because behind this problem is the fact that we built our whole civilization on the energy from fossil fuels. And the science is telling us we have to keep warming below 1.5 degrees. And if we say scientifically, well, how much more carbon we put in the atmosphere before we reach that? It's about 500 gigatons, which may reach by 2030. We're already going about 50 gigatons a year. But if you look at how much carbon is in the oil wells now pumping, the coal mines now being mined, and in the gas fields, it's already 3,000 gigatons. So we have in those existing verbs an enormous amount more than we can afford in the atmosphere. So the only way we can avoid catastrophic climate change is to leave 80% of the existing oil and coal in the ground. Now tell that to Saudi Arabia or Total or Shell or BP or whatever. They're not interested in leaving all of that ground and writing off those assets. So you can see how difficult it is to govern challenges. The science says one thing, it's our survival, it's a disaster. The other side say, it's too expensive, we have other short-term interests that are more important. And of course, behind this, when we look at the corporate polluters, already by 1965, the scientists had shown that fossil fuels are going to create global warming. Countries have since produced 35% of all energy-related CO2 methane emissions, and they're still planning to increase production in spite of what's happening. They've also spent $2 million a year denying the science of climate change and lobbying to prevent any legislation that might affect their corporate bottom line. So we're caught in these enormous pressures of the most powerful companies on the one hand versus what science is saying is what we need for the future on the other. Of course, the result of these things is such things as sea level rise. It's estimated to be over a meter, maybe 2 meters by 2100, and it could displace 600 million people. And we can't stop it. Much of that sea level rise is already happening because we've already warmed the oceans and we're continuing to warm the oceans. And therefore, we're going to lose most of the coastal areas of the world. And if we keep just melting the polar areas, that may even go faster. So imagine what it will be like to find new living place for 600 million people during your lifetime, and maybe even well before that. We're losing biodiversity at more than 1,000 times the natural rate. This is an example of a polluted coral reef. That's my specialty. Coral reefs, just seaweed covering everything and everything destroyed on the reef. Or somebody went fishing with dynamite and only a few skeletons that are left. Of course, the human population has tripled since I was born. And it's going to rise to perhaps 10, 11 billion later in this century. But this is not, you might say, this is not the cause of the problem. It's a symptom of what the problem is. The problem is the extremes of wealth and poverty. It's the poor who have too many children because they have no choice. If they want one male to survive, the others may die. They have to have 6 children in the hopes of having one that survives. Maybe they need a girl for a dowry payment or something important like that. Or else they need extra hands to work in the fields. And so they're obliged to have more children because we've allowed poverty to continue. And if once we solve the poverty problem, this problem will go away. We have the problem of food production. We had the Green Revolution in the 1970s, which postponed. Suddenly there was no more famine in India for a while. But that depended on inputs of hybrid seeds and fertilizers and pesticides, which in the process have been destroying the soil resource. We have to double food production if we want to reduce hunger in the years ahead, but we're running out of water, running out of phosphate, running out of energy. They're all limiting. It'll be very hard to meet that kind of a goal. We've degraded most of the soil of the planet. So all the orange areas are the areas where soil has been very deeply degraded, including much of India. And 35% of the soil on the planet has been degraded by erosion, desertification, or salinization. We've lost 600 million hectares of good agricultural land, losing 10 more hectares a year. FAO thinks we may only have 60 more harvests less before we start running out of food at the rate that we're going. We have, land degradation, the rural areas of India that are certainly in a very difficult state today. We have water shortages. I mentioned water as a limitation. We use most water now for agriculture. We have to double water use by 50 if we want to reduce the number of hungry. But already in the next 3 years, 1 billion people will live in areas of absolute water scarcity, and it's going to get worse and worse. Many parts of the world don't have enough water anymore to go forward. You may know these empty reservoirs in parts of India where there's simply no water left for agriculture. Pollution is another problem. I won't go into details on that. But again, we have all the chemical pollutions, the plastics, contaminating the whole planet, affecting our health, affecting the environment in many serious ways. Beyond that, we have other problems of instability. We look at peak debt. People are always borrowing more and more to keep growth going. The levels of global debt are out of control. The central banks are buying back government debt to remove short pressures, but now there are $300 trillion in accumulated debt around the world. How can it ever be repaid? Debt is just getting bigger and bigger. Governments are deeply indebted, struggling just to pay the interest on their debt. And so there's a threat of global default and collapse because there's no way we can control this problem. We need smaller, simpler, more local and regional economies. If you look at the ecological footprint, a quick measure of how we measure where we are, the global average is 2.3 hectares per person. That's how much land it takes to grow your food, to take care of your waste, and so on. In America, it's 8 global hectares. In China, it's over 6. India, 1.2. But India's biocapacity is only 0.4. So there's a deficit between what you need and what land produce, 171%. So we overshot the Earth's capacity in 1970. Who's most responsible for this? The wealthy, the rich. It's not the poor causing this problem. It's the wealthy, our society of abundance. It's only by reducing GDP and Western economies in order to be able to try to come back into balance with communities that are simple from the bottom up, living in a much simpler way. There's no other way that they can fit within the planet as it is today. Time is very short, so I won't go into too much detail. This was predicted already back in 1972 with the Limits to Growth report, where they said business as usual between 1900 and 2100 would lead to the collapse of civilization by about 2020, 2030. Where do you think we are now? Right there. They said if we made a change back at the Real Earth Summit in 1992, we could achieve stability. The middle graphs said if we went much further, we couldn't avoid a major collapse in mid-century, which seems to be happening now. Because the scientists went back and said the models were right on track, everything that's predicted seems to be happening, and that seems to be the future that we're heading for. Behind this, of course, is our consumer culture. It's all our desire to have more and more material needs, at least for the minority who can afford them. But the result is a breakdown of traditional morality, the triumph of animal impulse. Selfishness becomes a prized commercial resource. Falsehood reinvents itself as public information. Greed, lust, indolence, pride, even violence acquire not merely broad acceptance, but social and economic value. The result, of course, is that we have hopelessness with so many people. Everybody sees this desire to get rich, more consumerism, but it's making us more selfish. It's encouraging our lower nature, not our higher nature. The result is confusion among young people like you, hopelessness of those who want to bring about change, and so on. We're really trapped in this situation, and it's hard to find a way forward. The result, of course, is that you're marching in the streets. And it's only logical that you should be complaining about how we're handling their planet. The problem is we've taken these values of greed and institutionalized them. Our corporations are institutions based on greed, more and more profit, more and more benefit, with the ends justifying any means. And corporations don't have a conscience or a soul, don't have a moral framework or a sense of humanity. And they're the ones who are driving climate change, destroying biodiversity, causing the pollution, human exploitation, extremes of poverty and wealth, the arms race, privatization of knowledge and science, all the other ills affecting society today. So we've institutionalized greed. We have corruption now controlling most governments. And there's no global governance for non-state entities like corporations. We've already heard before. States can make laws, but they don't apply to corporations. And therefore, we're far behind because we've built these values into our present system. So the world scientists have warned us what we have to change quickly. And again, I'll go very quickly because time is short. We have to, for energy, eliminate fossil fuels, go to renewables. For air pollution, slash black carbon and methanes. For nature, restore, protect the Earth's biodiversity. For food, switch to mostly plant-based diets. We need to change the economy from indefinite GDP growth and overconsumption by the wealthy to ecological economics, a circular economy where prices reflect the full environmental costs. Well, if we need to stabilize the human population and gradually reduce it through voluntary family planning, and then we'll look for social justice as we go forward. And of course, behind this is the failure in governance you've already heard about. Governments sign up to beautiful promises at the UN and then fail to implement them. So there's a loss of trust because governance, as we've already heard, is voluntary. And the multilateral agreements are also failing, again, because they're the free riders, countries that can withdraw or not respect it, and they can put back everything that the good governments are trying to do. And that, again, it's ignoring what the private sector is doing as we go forward. So that's really the governance problem that we're facing at the present time. We have national sovereignty, where war is the final recourse, international anarchy, struggle for power, pushback against multilateralism, warfare is increasingly dangerous, multinational corporations out of control, the world is full of ego, corruption, and aggression. So all of these problems are really the symptoms of what's wrong in the world today. What we need is a new kind of governance for justice and the common good at local, national, and global levels, not politics based on self-interest, which is causing many of today's problems, where national sovereignty is a way in which corporate people, where corrupt people can hide behind that and continue their bad ways. And we also need governance of corporations. We need to be able to actually do something to bring the corporation to control, require them to do something useful for society and take care of their social and economic and environmental impacts in order to be responsible citizens and society. that we can look very quickly how far we've been going. Of course, you know, the first step to global governance is the Paris Peace Conference, the League of Nations in 1919. That's the seat of the League of Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, the League of Nations, and the meeting they met in back in the 1930s. Then we had the United Nations in 1945. With the United Nations building in New York. And then we hoped at the end of the last century, maybe we could have a new global order. Universalism might be possible. Unfortunately, we've been going backwards in the last 20 years with exorbitant wealth, intransigence in thinking, religious fundamentalism, decline in public trust, vested interests undermining credibility, and forces of racism, nationalism, and factionalism. So things are getting worse rather than getting better as we go ahead. And the result, we're seeing these forces of disintegration that are affecting the world more and more, possibly with catastrophic consequences. And this is really the reality that you young people need to face today. But maybe that will be the opportunity as things get much worse that you can start building the new society to take the place and actually achieve some peace in the world. So world unity is possible. A global order that unifies it can be achieved and overcome these destabilizing forces. But only if we can accept the oneness of humankind, which is, after all, one of the main values of your schools here in Lucknow. I will just conclude very quickly through the UN, our common agenda, which is the things we must do now to take this process forward. And the first of those is that we have to re-embrace global solidarity, finding new ways to work together for the common good, and to address climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Then we need a new social contract between governments and their people, with societies, rebuilding trust, embracing a comprehension of human rights. People need to see the results reflected in their daily lives, including participation of women and girls. Then we need to stop the infodemic, where accept facts, science, and knowledge, stopping the war on science, because those vested interests are trying to refuse the evidence that they have to change their ways. Then we need to also measure economic prosperity and progress in new and different ways, going away from GDP, which is only about money and therefore all about greed, and that looks at new measures to measure progress for the better human welfare and environmental welfare as well. And one of the projects I'm working on recently has been, in fact, to try to come up with new measures that don't use money to measure what's important to us in the world.
Could you try and finish in 1 minute, please?
This is the last one, yes.
Thank you.
So we have to think for the long term, deliver more for young people, succeeding generations, be better prepared to challenge ahead. So that depends on you now to think for the long term. That's your future, and together we can try to solve these problems and take things forward. Thank you very much.
Students, I will be thanking Dr. Arthur Dahl on your behalf for this amazing presentation, covering so many issues that are of central concern to all of us, particularly to young people, because you have the most at stake. You have the longest to live on this planet, and therefore its well-being, your well-being depends on its well-being, and therefore the importance of governance for you being much more important than the importance of good governance for older people like us. If you have any comments or questions, will you run up? I will take 3 comments. 3 young people. Okay, I've got 7. I will take 7, but no more. Just come to this side, please. All right, there's an 8th one who's desperate. Come on then. So we will have, yeah, definitely. So we're going to have all 8 questions, and then we will invite our esteemed guests to answer them.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my question is to Mr. Joshua Lincoln, sir. You told that for each and every SDG, there is a plan or a system that needs to be followed in order to achieve that goal. So I have a question. There was a SDG 7 renewable and clean energy resource. So I have a question that what are the plans for this goal to be achieved?
You can come back later on if there's time. Thank you very much. That was a very interesting question. We go on to the next one.
Good evening, sir. Sir, my question is to Sir Joshua Lincoln. Sir, can you give us a few illustrations of how is UN working towards the establishment of the global governance structure?
Very good. Thank you so much. Lovely.
Yes, sir. Sir, my question is to Honorable Mr. Joshua Lincoln. Sir, I want to ask, like, sir, you said about the SDGs. There are many plans and systems to work for the SDGs. So, like, I want to ask that, as we all know, that the marine animals are very important to maintain the balance of the ecosystem. So, what are the measures and the plans to promote the life underwater? As one of the SDGs also says that, so my question is that, what are you doing to promote life underwater?
What the UN is doing or what the...
Greetings, sir. My name is Ashman Dhar Dikshit Madhesya. I am class grade 8. My question is that, sir, Honorable sir, don't you think that there is a need of establishment of governance 4.0 as the current COVID-19 pandemic oriented governance 3.0, the trial and error approaches of this, the model, approaches of this model expose the health hazard management and the negative effect of the pandemic. Sir, the recent Davos summit of the World Economic Forum proposed that global governments should move from its previous dysfunctional forms to governance 4.0, which focuses long-term strategic vision with greater inclusion. Sir, what is your viewpoint on this? Thank you.
Greetings, sir. My name is Divyansh Srivastav and my question is to Mr. Joshua Lincoln. So, as you talked about global governance, that is perhaps an organization such as United Nations organization which will help governments to govern or guide governments to govern their respective countries. However, if a government is violating the UN Charter and rules, how will this idea of global governance actually help in countering and stopping the country from performing that act, taking into consideration veto power? That is, a country could easily veto any decision against them or their allies in this case.
Thank you very much.
Greetings, sir. My question to you is, how can the judiciary make their country's administration accountable to its commitment to build global peace and security?
Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My question is open to all. So my question is, can we never reform the UN and its organs to make it more democratic and accountable? Is it not the time to consider the other ways to work together?
Interesting question. Other ways to work.
Jai Jagat sir, I'm Pranjal Raj Singh from Indiranagar branch. My question is that plastic waste is not as bad as it considered. It can be used to make things like road and other objects. Can this be helped to spread it to more and more countries?
Thank you. Very original.
Good evening, sir. My question is to Dr. Arthur, Honorable Dr. Arthur. Sir, while doing your speech, sir, you said that overpopulation, one of the reasons for overpopulation is because poor people are having too many kids. So, sir, like if our country wants to, sir, resolve this problem, sir, should we resolve overpopulation? Or should we resolve poverty? So, sir, because resolving poverty is more, sir, expensive and for the natural resources, and they are used a little too much. So, sir, will that be more beneficial for the country, or sir, will reducing overpopulation?
The two are very related, but excellent question. Thank you very much. Okay, I think let them answer this much because that's quite a lot. But just come here so that you can all hear them and see them as they answer your questions. Yeah. Okay, so over to you, please.
There we go. Vous voudriez répondre à une question? Would you like to take one of the questions? Yes, I was. Would you like to start with that one, and then we will divide what's left?
Okay. So one student, I don't remember who asked the questions, how to manage to have more and more countries on board to allow codes to be more universal. Maybe that's just the question. Of course, we are working, for example, in the presidency, we are working very hard, traveling all over the world to convince states and governments to ratify the Rome Statute so that the ICC could become a really universal code so that we can have all states on board. We are working on that. And of course, we have the problem of changing the provisions of the UN Charter. We discussed already Article 109 and 108. 108, which requires the two-thirds majority to change the UN Charter and to have the positive vote, at least no veto from the member of the Security Council. It is a little bit hard, but there is a public outcry rising all over the world. Your example is very, very significant. So we hope that one day we are going to achieve that. The difficulty for reforming the text, the legal text, is also with the statute, the Rome Statute, Article 121 and 122 require the majority of two-thirds again, and even 78 votes positive. It is quite hard, but there is a hope. There is a hope. I think my colleague will supplement. I don't want to go too far, but we are optimistic that everything will be good.
I'm going to stand. It's just easier for me to talk as I do. My colleague Arthur is going to handle the climate-related questions, okay? So energy, population, life underwater. We have to divide the work. I want to start with the veto cover, the peace and security question. We've discussed that a lot. There is no easy way to get around the veto. It is one of the current features of the system. But even when the veto becomes a problem, as you've seen in this case, there's something called the Uniting for Peace resolution, which was the General Assembly deciding that when the Security Council is paralyzed because of the veto, the issue gets taken to the General Assembly. And the General Assembly can then pass resolutions on the peace and security issue, which normally it would never be allowed to do. So in the case of Ukraine, there have been 2 resolutions passed by the General Assembly, one in March and one in October. The first one was by 141 votes in favor. The second one was 143 votes in favor, both of them condemning the conflict in Ukraine. So this is very interesting because what that is it's a mechanism by which the international community has figured out to get around the paralyzed Security Council, paralyzed by a veto. It doesn't stop the conflict, and for that we're all very sad, because it can't stop the conflict, but it provides a clear way for the international community to express itself even when the major powers are divided. And that is a pretty good thing to start with. I would move on to the next question, which was given to me, which was pandemics and global health. There are 2 interesting things happening as a result of the pandemic that we experience. One is the strengthening of what's called the International Health Guidelines. It's the international law for pandemics. And they're trying to strengthen the capacity of WHO to basically be able to monitor more effectively what's happening in the world in health terms, to be able to have earlier and better warning when a pandemic starts, and to increase its authority to coordinate some of the action to respond to a pandemic. The second thing is, even though we have a 50-year-old treaty on biosafety that deals with biological threats, it has no implementing agency. There's no international governing institution on biosafety. And one of the proposals that several member states have made recently is it's time for an international biosafety agency whose purpose would be to track track and limit and control the development of pathogens around the world, the kinds of pathogens that can give us pandemics. So the last one I would turn to is how can children hold their administrations accountable in global governance terms? I think that's a brilliant question. And you saw the picture of Greta Thunberg. She's not the only one, but there are a number of options available to young people. I think the one first is to just speak out. Engage your leadership. Global leaderships today could ignore youth voices 10 years ago. In my time, when I was your age, we could be ignored completely. We were ignored very effectively. Today, because you all carry telephones and you have the internet and social media, nobody can ignore you anymore. This is a wonderful thing. Use it. So, because you have a voice, you can take action. You can do things like Fridays for Future. You can do things like go and ask your parents to begin to pass legislation, demand leaders to pass national legislation on areas of importance. You can actually ask your parents' organizations on behalf of yourselves to even take legal cases. This is happening in a number of countries in the world. Arthur can talk about it, where it is happening in the area of climate. There are a number of steps, all peaceful, all straightforward, all without engaging in disobedience that would get you into trouble, to apply the pressure that is yours. Remember, the world is dominated by those under 30. So from a demographic standpoint, the power is yours. I'm going to hand over to Arthur.
Thank you. You've asked some excellent questions about the Sustainable Development Goals. And of course, unfortunately, as with everything in the United Nations, they're voluntary. You know, the idea was at least by defining very specific goals and then identifying what the targets should be to achieve by 2030, and then finding indicators to measure the progress. So in fact, you actually could say you're falling short, you know, you're not going nearly fast enough. That might motivate people, moral pressure to change. But moral pressure has never worked very well with governments, unfortunately. And so we're very far behind in implementing most of the SDGs simply because, you know, even though they know they're not doing their job, they say, well, somebody else should do more, it's not us, so they argue back and forth. And the result is, together, we're not doing very well. On renewable, of course, these are also issues that they were not the first time that we set such, you know, targets. There was a lot already in Agenda 21 back in 1992, which I helped to draft, in fact. And some things go much further than that. So the same goes sort of updating efforts the UN was already doing along with governments. And so, say on questions of renewable energy, there is an International Energy Agency that looks very much where we are with respect to the energy challenge going ahead and how we're doing it, shifting from fossil fuels towards renewable energy. So again, they keep pushing governments to go in the right direction, but then when you have all these big, powerful industries that still want to be out there, so you can't do anything about that. You know, there's no way you can really rein them in, and therefore we're still going in the wrong direction in spite of the effort the governments are doing to do what they can, but they don't control the major actors in most of the energies produced by the private sector today. With respect to life underwater, that's my own specialty, in fact. You know, I'm a marine biologist. You know, I've lived at the bottom of a coral reef and so on. And the UN already in 1974 created regional seas programs to get all the governments around each sea area to manage that area for their common interest. The first one was the Mediterranean. I started another one in the Pacific Islands, so one part of the Earth's surface. You have them in the Caribbean and East Africa and West Africa, and the coast of Latin America, and so on. So already governments are working together as best they can to manage their coasts and their ocean areas. The big challenge there is that you have the parts of the ocean beyond national jurisdiction and the deep ocean bottom that nobody's responsible for. You know, and therefore there's still a free-for-all. There's extensive overfishing, you know, in many parts of the world, illegal fishing, underreported fishing, fishing boats that turn off the indicator of where they are so they can fish illegally and so on and so forth at a massive scale. So again, it's the lack of any governments or control that means that our best efforts where we can aren't sufficient to turn the problem around. And so your generation will have to find some more solutions, you know, to that problem as we go ahead. The question about population, I think what I said before is really the challenge with the population is that if we don't solve the problem of poverty, there's no solution to the population problem. I mean, the Chinese tried it with a one-baby policy. They tried to limit it. They then had to step back from that. If we can address the problem of poverty, then population will take care of itself. Then people will be able to afford to buy, birth control. Women will be educated to understand how to space their children and so on. And then families can choose how many children they want. The problem will be solved, but we have to fix the economic problem first, and then that will take care of itself. With respect to plastic waste, where you are manufacturing things in large quantities that will almost never disintegrate, that will be around forever and ever, or at least hundreds of thousands of years, what do? There's clearly limits to how much the planet can take, particularly since once they become waste, they start breaking down. It's not they disappear. They get to be smaller and smaller pieces. And so you get bits of, then you get microplastics and microplastics. And the smaller they get, the more they get into food chains, the more they get into the food, the more they get into your blood and everywhere else. And we don't, and the effects will simply go on and on. So we really have to say, stop making so many plastics, or invent alternatives to plastics that will be compostable and break down. They can take some plastic waste and use it to replace gravel and making roads, but that's only a short-term solution. It's not nearly enough. So the only real solution to plastic waste is to make much less waste. And whatever we do make, find ways of recycling it over and over again so the plastic is reused and reused and never becomes waste. As long as it's not waste, it's all right. That was all a question about reforming the United Nations, and I didn't have time to show you our proposals. I think you already saw a picture of the book we wrote recently about fixing the United Nations, and we say quite clearly, ideally, we need to save all the good things that use being done. The specialized agencies do wonderful work. WHO is essential. We don't want to throw all of that out. There's some things are broken in the middle, but if we're unable to take that last step to fix the Security Council, then instead of having a UN reform conference, you have a UN replacement conference. What? Yeah. Okay. So, and then you have a UN replacement conference and build a new UN and pull over the bad or good things to the new UN and leave behind the few countries that don't agree immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, students, for your most interesting questions, searching questions, and such wonderful answers have been given to these wonderful questions. And I'm sure that you're representing many of the questions that the students out there in the audience had. And, obviously, I would love to pick up on so many of the things that have been said and repeat them, but absolutely there is no time because we are 35 minutes over time. And I want to thank you for your patience. One thought that I would end with is the thought that Dr. Joshua Lincoln mentioned towards the end, namely that you all have got a mobile phone, therefore you have the power in your hands, use it. Okay? So I think with this thought, use it for better governance of the world. Use it for creating a climate of opinion in favor of reform in ways that improve the world. That is the meaning of using your power. The power that you have, the democratic power that you have of influencing hearts and minds, influencing the politicians, influencing the decision takers. So we've had a most enriching session this afternoon, extremely informative session as well, thought-provoking and empowering session. Thank you so much, Dr. Mendua, Dr. Arthur Dahl, and Dr. Lincoln. And thank you, students, for coming up courageously to ask your questions. Thank you very much. And so it's the end of the day. So I think you will be going back home and your teachers are there to take you out to your transport.